Hello, my name is Kevin Idesmore, and today is January 1st, 2020. In this video, I'm going to showcase my old classic video games, mostly for PC, and what they used to call IBM compatible computer programs. Today, they might call that PC apps. I'm also at the end showcasing my ancient desktop PC running Microsoft Windows XP. With Service Pack 1. It still works well after all this time and can run most of the games. I will show you all these items are for sale. The video games and the ancient desktop PC along with upgrade versions of ancient Microsoft Windows OS's operating systems. And a few other programs which are not games. I think one of them's a resume builder program, resume writing program. And I think another one still is, that's not a game, is a word processing program, like Microsoft Word. But I don't think it's Microsoft Word. I think it was something else. It's called something else. But I think there might be another one or two non-game programs other than those. Okay, so all this is priced at 100,000 US dollars. When I go over and show you my ancient desktop PC, I will be sure and explain the one minor noteworthy defect it has, along with why it's not running Windows 98 like it used to. Most software I sell along with the ancient desktop PC, I guarantee will work perfectly fine. A 100% guarantee on the ancient desktop PC, and a 90% guarantee on all the software that will come with the ancient desktop PC. All this is being sold as a package deal. You cannot buy any of this separately. If you're interested in buying from me, the owner of all this, then please contact me. My contact info is in the video description below, along with the detailed list of games and computer specs for the ancient desktop PC. And contact me if you have any questions too. Now to show you, wait, I live in Palm Coast, Florida. I should mention that. Because you're gonna have to come down here. I'm not gonna ship it. I might be willing to ship it, but I prefer not to ship it. But if I ship it, a prepayment, of course, has to be made. Most people are going to want to see it in person, so that's why I mentioned I live in Florida. But you don't have to, and you can prepay, and I'll ship the items that I'm going to show you in the video. So now to show you my old video games.
Oh, groovy, baby. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be going over these in detail. I'll be giving the title, the year that it was released, or at least the year that's posted on the box and or the jewel case. And I'll be going over 3 other things. It's whether or not I played the game, whether or not I beat the game, and my rating of it out of 10. 10 being the highest, best quality that I liked it, being the best game possible, and 1 being the lowest rating, worst game possible. And I don't think anything actually came to 1, but I know of 1 that came to, I would say, to 2 out of 10, which is Xenon. But I'll be going over that in just a few minutes. Here's my explanation part of the video about the computer games. Video games, I think there's probably at least 1 that's not a PC or computer game, and it's a console game. But I can't seem to find it, I'm not sure. But as I go through it, I might find it. I'm not sure that I had it or not. I just think I might have. Anyways, the Mech Warrior and Mech Warrior Vengeance. And I do not see a year on that Mech Warrior Vengeance, but one of the Mech Warrior games I played but I did not beat, and I would say my rating of it was a 7. It was a good game, but not particularly good. But I didn't really play it a whole lot, a few hours, handful of hours or so, at a friend's house when I was a kid, many years ago. So Mech Warrior Vengeance, it says here 1998 through 2000. That's the copyright. Alright, so Mech Warrior Vengeance goes back to 1998. That's that game. That's the title, that's the year. Mech Warrior Vengeance 1998. I played it, but I didn't beat it. And my rating of it's just based upon my, a fairly small experience with the Mech Warrior games. Any and all of them. But I did have some. And they're all good, generally good, but not excellent. About a 7 out of 10. All of them are, even Mech Warrior 3 here. Microprose Zipper Interactive. Windows 95/98. The copyright on here is 1999. So Mech Warrior 3 is it's a 1999 game, and it's I'm not sure this particular Mech Warrior game I played or not. I don't remember, but I know it was one of those 1 through 4, if not 2 or 3 of the series. But I know there's at least one of the 4 Mech Warrior games back around the turn of the century I didn't play. Don't remember which one it was, but yes, Mech Warrior 3, 1999. Mech Warrior 3, 1999. Again, it's a rating I played it, but I didn't beat it. And again, it's a rating out of 7 out of 10. It's a good, not excellent game. So that was Mech Warrior Vengeance and Mech Warrior 3 up there. And on to the rest of the games. So this is going to take a while, so if you wanted to skip ahead through the video, back or forward in the video, that's up to you. It's recommended if you wanted just to see some particular game and you didn't want to hear my explanation of all of them. If you did, keep listening. Okay, so A10 Warthog PC Then it's still sealed. It's a sealed game. I never played this one. This is one of the newest games, if not the newest game, out of my old PC games that I have. And the A10 Warthog DCS series PC DVD ROM. PC DVD ROM. So this, are you ready to get? Are you ready to get ugly? It says. The next evolution of the award-winning digital combat simulator series and follow-on to Black Shark. The DCS series is Black Shark's one of those games. DCS is the company that makes it. A10C Warthog is the video game's title. And the year, see if I can find it. I know it's somewhere around 2010. 2011. Eagle Dynamics. So yes, it's A10C Warthog. The back it says on the fine print it says copyright 2011. So it's a 2011 game. I did not play it. It's a sealed game, as you can see, and plastic on the bottom also. And so it's sealed. You can take a look at it in the inside. I'm going to be doing an unboxing later on after I go through all of these. And with the unboxing, I'm not going to go through the same explanation with the ratings and so such and such. But I am just going to show you the insides of the boxes. Right now it's just the outside really, except for this one. But for the rest of them I'm going to show you only the outside and explain my experiences and ratings and all that. Okay, so that's how I want to do the video. But I did not play it, and I did not beat it. I did not play it, and I would say my rating of it based upon YouTube videos and what I've seen is an 8 out of 10 at least, if not a 9 out of 10. Well, kind of wish it would have maybe some more aircraft in there, but you know, as far as the niche goes, and I would say, it might be a 10 out of 10, but as far as I could tell, you know, I can't say any specifics about why I feel like it's not a 10 out of 10. But I get the feeling, I would say it's a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game, but not perfect. It's got a lot going for it. I'm not sure if it has 3D, it probably has VR, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's 2011, so it's my newest game, or at least one of the top 3 newest games of all these. Most of these are turn of the century, back in the 1990s. Okay, so next game is Divinity 2. Divinity 2 Ego Draconis PC DVD ROM software. Mature 17 plus. And Divinity 2 Ego Draconis. I think I did play it. This is not a sealed game. The year on this, I'd have to look it up. Oh my god, that's hard to read. 2009. One of my newest games, but not the very newest. Yeah, I believe it says 2009, so Ego Draconis 2, Divinity 2, Ego Draconis, 2009. I did play it. Is vaguely remember. It was one of the Ego Divinity games. I'm not sure if it was the first or second one or some other version of the second one, but it was. But it was. But I did play it just for a few hours, and it's an RPG, and it's okay. It's a good game. I would say it's a little weird how it plays. So I actually give because of that. I kind of didn't like it as much as others. It's good graphics. It's kind of interesting, but frankly, like Savage Hunt's similar to this game, an online game. It's not the same, but the world's different, the size of the world, and just stuff like that. But I would say Savage Hunt, the online game, is modern online game is better than this, but not sure what rating I would give that. Probably something like a. I'm not as into RPGs as other games, so for me it's an 8 out of 10. It's a very good game, but not excellent, just because I'm not into RPGs as much as first-person shooters and strategy games. Like I would love a mixed genre, first-person shooter and turn-based strategy game, FPS and TBS, as the short acronyms are. TBS for turn-based strategy and FPS for first-person shooter, and mixed genre and nothing else, no other genres or not much, at least if anything else. And yeah, just those two, and if it's made right, I just don't know how to explain it further, but if it's made right in that way, where it's team-based first-person shooter, where it's a small team though, that's my idea of the perfect game. Or one of I mean, not that it would be the end all game, and it would make me never want to play any other game, but it would be one of my favorite top 3 games automatically, just because it's a mixed genre. As long as it's middle age, I'm in the Middle Ages, so as long as it's medieval, it would be great. So just because it's medieval, I'm tempted to give it a 7 out of 10, but frankly, kind of just felt irritated about the gameplay. And if it weren't for that, I would give it a 9 out of 10. But yeah, it's a 6 out of 10. It's an okay game, and basically almost good, but not quite. And I didn't beat it. Yeah, I think I mentioned that I didn't beat it. Didn't come close to beating it either. But that's okay, maybe someday. But I'm 41 years old now, so that's not probably something I'm interested in doing. And other than Star Citizen, maybe a few other games casually. I'm not interested in playing video games these days. For the most part, I'm into designing with 3D CAD or 2D drafting and CAD programs, and I have so many personal projects to do with that. And after that, will be after that I'll be done kind of in life with using CAD and designing, and maybe the rendering, I'll be doing forever and ever, but I'll probably hire out somebody to model for me come more than 5 years from now, or more than 4 really. Yeah, in the next few years I'm going to be modeling, and after so many projects I get done, how many ever years that takes, and I won't be doing that anymore in life, and my life will be different. I want to move on, do other things. But yeah, I'm moving on, giving up these games, and there's 1 or 2 of these games I'm tempted just to kind of keep, but that's okay. I'm gonna get rid of it. I need to move on with my life, and getting rid of these games is gonna help me do that, I hope. But psychologically, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I can always come back to this wonderful video though. So on with the rest of these video games. And there's East India Company. East India Company. for the rest of these games. I'm not gonna do an unboxing yet. I'm gonna wait to do that later on in the video. So later on in the video, I'll be doing the unboxing. But yeah, to explain the East India Company Designer's Cut Gold Edition, including DLCs, Privateer, and Pirate Bay, Battle of Trafalgar, however you say that. Okay, so Nitro Games and Topware Interactive made it. US K6, I believe that's some kind of a foreign language over there for a rating, like M and T ratings that the USA and Americans have. So USK6 is some kind of European or foreign country somewhere around Europe or in Europe. At least it looks like it might be Russian. I don't know about that. But, okay, so yeah, no, and that one is really fun. And the East India Company was a game that I played for many hours, many days, and turned into weeks. Say I probably gave it a total of 2 through 3 weeks, maybe a month that I played it every day, all day, every day. And really, really good graphics. This animation in it, very lifelike with the sea. And there's a new game or two, or maybe probably 3 or 4 that are almost as good quality. And I think that has particularly good animation. I've never seen quite very close with this one new game I've seen. I forget what it's called. Skull and Bones, I think it was. But with the East India Company, it's the most lifelike, realistic wave motion to the boats that I've ever seen. But yeah, my rating, the year on it, 2012. Oh, okay, so this is my newest game that I have, and I'm mostly sure about that. So this A10C Warthog is actually my second newest game. But this is the newest game in my game. I'm mostly sure. So 2012. It doesn't get any newer than that. So East India Company 2012. I did play it. I did not beat it. Actually, I think I did. I think I did beat it. I think I replayed it without beating it the second time, but I think the first time around I did play it and I did beat it and I won. And it was a little difficult to win, but after many days I managed to win. And yeah, the rating's a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game, but not perfect. Kind of wish it was more like Freelancer or Microsoft Freelancer. Better yet, the better game like that really was Wing Commander Privateer. That was so much better than Microsoft Freelancer. Like in practice. In theory, Microsoft Freelancer is better, but in practice it wasn't because I had problems running it, but I'll explain that when I get to it. But it's over there. But okay, so that was that game, East India Company. Now the Tomb Raider. Lara Croft Tomb Raider Anniversary. Games for Windows, PC, DVD, 9 out of 10 is not my rating. I don't know the year on it. Kind of want to keep this like this before I do the unboxing in a way, but you've already seen it right now. I'll have to take it apart. That's okay. It is sealed. I did not play this game. Okay, so 1997 through 2007. Yeah, well, it's 2007. It looks too good graphic quality wise to be 1997. So yeah, 2007. And from what I've seen on the YouTube videos, I would give it a rating of 9 out of 10, like they do. It's an excellent game. If you like those types of games. I think I might, if I played it, I think it's what it is. A lot like is Darksiders. It's like an action hack and slash. If you're as old as I am, in your 40s, then you remember this old game, maybe the hack and slash games that are 2D side scrollers. Usually, maybe some of them weren't, but most of them were back then. Back around 1990, in the 1980s or 90s. And there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something like that. That I remember, 2D side scroller hack and slash, and this is a lot like that, except it's not a 2D side scroller; it's 3D, so that's a lot better. That's what I think. I'm not into 2D side scrollers. Some people are. Commander Keen was the only good 2D side scroller game, and probably not the new one that they remade. I think they remade it, but I mean the old one, and that's only so good though. Still, it's just limited in the ability. But, okay, so. Lara Croft Tomb Raider Anniversary, 2007. I didn't play it. I didn't beat it. My rating is 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game, from what I've seen. On YouTube videos and wherever else on the internet, I've looked up reviews and pictures and videos. So it just seems like an excellent game, at least. Okay, so Supreme Commander, the original Supreme Commander. An RTS from Chris Taylor, Gas Power Games THQ, or the companies that made it. So Supreme Commander is a 2007 game. Copyright. It says best strategy game of E3 2006. So I played it, and actually I don't think I played it, but I played the other one, the Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. I may or may not have played it. I don't really remember. But I did play the Supreme Commander Forged Alliance version of the other game below it, and I'd imagine this is a whole lot like the other one, and I would say it's an 8 out of 10. Give it an 8 out of 10. It's a very good game, but not excellent. Some of the things in at least the Forged Alliance were traps virtually. There's no way you could be prepared enough without first failing. Not reasonably, you'd be totally insane, or at least, well, it's just simply unrealistic to expect a new player to be overly prepared for and to build up an extreme amount of defenses. Just insane. But anyways, I don't want to make this video too long, so. But yeah, my rating of that first one, I would say, is an 8 out of 10, and the second one, and the other one, it's kind of like the second series. I don't put a number 2 on that. The Supreme Commander 2007, I may or may not have played it. I didn't beat it if I did, and I give it a rating of 8 out of 10. Okay, so very good game. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. So what can I say about this? Is it's an RTS from Chris Taylor. Same company's made it, and this is copyrighted in the same year of 2007. And I played it. Definitely remember playing this one, and I beat it. And I don't think I beat it with all 3 faction types. I think I beat it with 1 or 2 out of 3. But I did beat it. I think I chose the UAE or the like the humans, not the robotic type of faction or the spiritual magical faction, but that human military type of faction. That's what I played, and I beat it with that, as far as I remember. UAE or UEA or something like that it was called. I forget what that stands for, but that was a faction short term for unified something, what have you. So Supreme Commander Forged Alliance, I played it. I played it. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance 2007. I played it. I beat it. I give it a rating of 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game. Well, I go back to that. What I say earlier about there were some areas where a new player kind of would easily have too hard of a time the first time around. It just was a little irritating. Yeah, really more like an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Okay, so moving on to the next game. Star Wars Dark Forces 2. Star Wars Dark Forces 2. Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. Or Star Wars Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight. You see the Dark Forces 2. So it's the sequel to Star Wars Dark Forces. And this is a Windows 95/98. The Jedi's strength flows from the Force. But beware of the dark side. Yoda. Was the Yoda said. So copyright 2001. And the title of the year, I played it, I beat it. Actually, I think this one I didn't beat. No, I played it, but I did not beat it. I did not win. And I gave it a rating. I don't know. Let me see if I can remember. Well, that one area was crazy, man. I'd say I give it a rating of 9 out of 10. It was excellent, but it wasn't perfect. Yeah. So moving on. Star Wars Dark Forces. Part almost. So Star Wars Dark Forces. That so this game let's see the year on it. Get the year. $1994, right? So Star Wars Dark Forces, 1994, and I played it and I beat it, and I liked it. I loved it. It's a 10 out of 10. It was perfect. I don't think it could be any better, except having a mixed genre with the strategy involved with it too. But for what it was excellent, especially at the time. One of the best games of that year, if not the best game of that particular year. Not of the whole decade, maybe, but particular year. Yep, very, very good. Love that game. Couldn't really been any better. I mean, the graphics could have been a little better. Not in the year that it was made, but compared to today's graphic quality. But even with the graphic quality of the time, it was very playable and it was fun. It was a blast to play, and I do think there was a little bit of a downside with the multiplayer. It seemed to have multiplayer, but there was not the internet back then. It was just modems, and it wasn't as friendly to connect. And I'm not sure I ever played it multiplayer because they either had problems or it was unfriendly. But even so, even just with the first person part of it, it was still a very fun game, and may or may not have had good luck with finding a friend to play that also had the same game to play that was physically nearby, to play over the modem phone lines. Because back in 1994 there was the internet, but it was very unpopular, so didn't use the internet, and it was no broadband speeds. It was all dial-up, and it was no games were really being played upon there except for maybe one or two. I think there was somebody said something about an RPG of some sort. I can't remember the name of it, but it was something. Like I said, I'm not as into RPGs as I am other games, so I wouldn't know that game. But it wasn't World of Warcraft. I think it was something else like that. But it was. Okay, so Mountain Blade, yeah, Mountain Blade was a surprisingly good game. Paradox Interactive is okay game company, one of their best games. Calradia, they got a little bit of a story in the back. Mountain Blade 2008, the original Mountain Blade. I played it. I didn't beat it. No, it was impossible to beat. And I liked the game, but I didn't love it. My rating of it is uh, 8 out of 10. It's a very good game, but not excellent. Got a lot of work to do with the playability because, well, frankly, it make it really tough. But there's way too many bandits. It's very unrealistic how many bandits there are. It's almost as if there's no government or towns with their own armies and stuff like that. It's just a bunch of chaos, and you're supposed to have enough power to overpower a group of what's usually somewhere around 20 to 50 bandits. Usually it's less than 50. Sometimes I think it was 50. Never was bigger, so if you're bigger than that, that's great. But then you have the huge expense of your own army you have to keep paying. And as an individual, you're going from just about nothing, and you don't have any backing. It's an impossibility, or at least that's how I felt about it. But the gameplay, there's other modes of gameplay than the storyline, and that actually was excellent. So yeah, it's an 8 out of 10, but the storyline gameplay really has a whole lot of work to do to make it more playable. At the very least, they should have had difficulty settings, not for that part of the game. They did for that other one, the little arena thing, whatever they call it. Okay, so that was a very good game. 8 out of 10. Okay, so liked it. Star Trek DAC. Inspired by the new major motion picture from Paramount Pictures. WinMax CD-ROM software. It's not so new anymore. 2010. Star Trek DAC 2010. I didn't play it. I didn't beat it. Looks like a 2D side scroller, but I'm not completely sure. but I would say it's a 6 out of 10. It looks like a 6 out of 10. I would say it's an okay game, but not particularly good. Just by the looks of it. It's probably what I can't imagine being perfect. Then there's the Star Trek 25th anniversary. So first, I'm show you this about the old disc, and there's this part that's the magnetic strip part, kind of like the back strip on a credit card readers where you swipe. It's similar to that, if not the same kind of material, but they don't do that kind of stuff anymore. It certainly doesn't work as well as this new technology. CD-ROMs or just over the internet and stuff like that. Or the thumb drives are the best. Flash drives, thumb drive are the best. As flash drives, very, very good, stable. I think the best I've seen, even better than the CD optical disc. I mean, or DVD, CD, or Blu-ray disc is the flash drives. Have your data stored on there, movies or whatever, any kind of anything, movies, music, or any kind of personal data or any kind of media or data. The flash drives are the best storage medium for portable storage. They've gotten bigger, so they may or may not be big enough. There are certain specific advantages to the audio quality, I think, when it comes to either Blu-ray or DVD that flash drives may not have. But I think that's just the thing they don't have to do. They just do it just because it's easier to copyright things on an optical disc. But I'm not sure. That's just my suspicion about that. But yeah, it's spring loaded. It's got a spring somewhere up inside near the metal part. Yep. So when you stick it in the computer, it automatically pushes that thing. The drive does. So it opens it up itself. When you push it in, you don't have to pull it yourself. By pushing it in, it somehow triggers something inside the drive to pull that metal part open itself, where it can read the strip I showed you. Yeah, so got all sorts of different discs here. There's a lot of drivers. See these days, everything's what they started to call, I don't know if they still call it, but what they started to call plug and play, and everything basically is plug and play these days. And ever since then, with USB drives they didn't have back last century, it's so much easier, yeah, so that's the old technology. 3.5-inch disc is what they call that. And that's the drive that I have in my computer. I don't have a 5.25-inch disc. I think I used to, but many years ago it got taken out just because most of these discs that I have that are 5.25-inch discs for certain programs or games I just don't use anymore. I don't know, and they're not as reliable. Most of them corrode, and because they don't have the little metal protector. That might be why, but I don't know why for sure. Whatever the reason is, 5.25-inch discs are not nearly as stable as 3.5-inch discs, and 3.5-inch discs aren't nearly as stable as optical discs like CDs, DVDs, and Blu-ray discs. And they're still, I don't think, quite as good as flash drives. Flash drives being the best technology for storage, for portable storage. But that's my opinion. That's how I feel about it. It's not like optical drives aren't very good, but they do have some things about them that might not be such great. Like if they get scratched, if you have a thumb drive or a flash drive where you pull the thing and it kind of mostly is protected that way. So it's really, and some of them have caps and all that stuff. So it's a shroud around it. And you can't beat that when it comes to safety of your data, and portability, and stuff like that. I just think the flash drives are such a neat innovation. But yeah, on to Star Trek 25th anniversary. So this Star Trek game here is 1991. 1991. MS-DOS screens pictured on the back. So Star Trek 25th anniversary, 1991. I did play it, or something similar to it at least, and I think I did beat it. Vaguely remember beating it, but I think I did, and I know I got it very close to the end at least. I'm pretty sure I beat it. And my rating of it was, well, it's kind of like an RPG, a King's Quest V kind of RPG, where it's a side-scrolling RPG. It's not a top-down RPG. Well, but you don't have leveling. You just go around and do your things. Like, it's an adventure game, but not a leveling RPG kind of game. Like, RPGs are also adventure too. It's not really an RPG in the sense that there's leveling, but it's an RPG in the sense you're playing a role. You're role playing somebody, like most games can be like, but a lot of games, anyways. And yeah, I'm not a Trekkie per se. Certainly not a 10 out of 10 because of that. So, I'm the first guy like me that's more into Star Wars than Star Trek, but I'm into Star Trek, just not fully into it. Don't really want to consider myself a Trekkie. So made by Interplay. Yeah, 1991. Played it. I think I beat it. I'm not totally sure, but thinking about it's somewhere around an 8 or 9. I would say it's for its year, anyways. I think it's to be fair about when it was. Well, maybe 9 out of 10 considering it's year. But I would say by today's standards, it would be an 8 out of 10. It would be a very good game, but not an excellent game. Yeah. All of these, my ratings are based on by today's standards. So it's pretty harsh. So that's something to say about Star Wars Dark Forces back in 1994, isn't it? Even by today's standards, it's a perfect game, I think. But I don't think the lack of visual quality is that much. On the highest resolution possible, it's high enough where the gameplay is fun enough. It was one of those first games other than Duke Nukem 3D where you could look up and down. So, from what I remember, yeah. So that's kind of one of the biggest changes ever. You couldn't even look up and down with your character before that game and before Duke Nukem 3D in first-person shooters. Like Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, those two came before. Wolfenstein 3D was actually the first one, not Doom. Most people think it was Doom, maybe, but it was Wolfenstein 3D, and that was somewhere around 1988 or 1989 or 1990 at the latest was when Wolfenstein 3D was made, somewhere right around there. I think it was the late 80s, maybe 1990 at the latest. That's what I remember when it was made. At least it was in the making, and whether or not it was published and released in the 90s, I don't remember for sure, but it certainly was, without a doubt, being in the making in the 1980s, late 1980s. Wolfenstein 3D. yeah, late 1980s. So yeah, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10, good game. So that is sealed, by the way. I don't know if you can see it. There's plastic wrapping. mean, trust me, it's sealed and plastic wrapping, unopened. And other than that, Supreme Command, or not Supreme Commander, but the Lara Croft Tomb Raider Anniversary Edition. You know, and this A10C Warthog game are also sealed, never opened games either. Just to keep that in mind. Okay, so most of these are not sealed; they're unsealed. But those three are sealed, and there might be one or two or three or four more. Four the most. Yeah. I'm gonna count how many games there are. I'll put that in the description. But right now, no. So McAfee virus scan, old antivirus program. It's better than nothing, but it works with the old desktop computer. I'm gonna go over the fact that you should never hook up the ancient desktop PC to the internet for any reason whatsoever. You can't be doing that if you want it to continue to run. The guarantee on it working isn't gonna hold up if you do that. But my guarantee. I can guarantee it without a connection to the internet, but not with one. And why that is because the viruses, these old computers, none of them can take these viruses from the internet and do it. Because the new antivirus programs aren't compatible with the old operating system. And then old hardware can't be compatible with the new operating system. So you're stuck, with a computer that can't be connected to the internet if you want to stay safe. If you connect to the internet and you do so only for a few seconds or a few minutes, it's probably safe enough. But if you're there for anything more than 10 minutes on the internet, you're probably going to get some virus, no matter how careful you are. And because you can never have the newest, best antivirus because of compatibility reasons. Not as far as I know. You can find a way. I don't know. Great, but Telemouse, trackball, and ancient trackball. Microsoft. That was the very first trackball, or one of the first. Actually, I think it's not as old as that other one. I think I seen. But it was, I think, the very first trackball mouse, as far as I know, was made in 1990. Maybe in the 80s they had something, I don't know. But I was a kid back then. But anyways, is Microsoft. Both of these are upgrade versions of Windows operating system. This is Windows 98 upgrade. Microsoft Windows 98 upgrade. And this is a Microsoft Windows XP upgrade version. Home edition. So, for Microsoft Windows 98, there's no home edition. They didn't do that back then. They didn't say that. There was NT. They just called it Microsoft Windows NT to have something more professional. They didn't say the same number or name or whatever. It was called something different. Microsoft Windows, and then after that it was something different. NT, instead of the same number and then just professional or home or whatever. That started with XP. But back or somewhere right around when Windows XP Service Pack 1 came out. It was either then or maybe it was 2000, Windows 2000. Somewhere around there. And anyways, it's Windows 98 and Windows XP upgrade versions. And that's all I have. That's what's coming with the software with the computer. Right now the computer's loaded with Windows XP. it's the full version, based upon it was used the disk to upgrade it, and my dad had Windows 3.1 to upgrade to Windows 98, and then that disk to upgrade from the other upgraded version. I'm pretty sure it worked. As far as I remember, that's what he did. Love it. However he did it, that's what's on it. Is Windows XP full version, Service Pack 1 or 2. I think it's 1, but I'll go over that later on and show you on the screen and prove that it's a certain service pack, and I'll be going over all those computer specs in the down in the description. And I already said that at the beginning of the video, but here's some more discs, 3.5-inch discs. Microsoft Windows. Oh, this is the operating system. 98 starter boot disk, but this stuff is Windows version 3.1. So that's the disk for Windows 3.1. All right, so you have everything there. The full version of Microsoft Windows 3.1, the upgrade version of Microsoft Windows 98 to upgrade from Windows 3.1, which came out around 1991 or so, somewhere right around there. And then obviously Microsoft Windows 98 came out in 1998. And then Microsoft Windows XP, it came out somewhere around 2002 or 2003. And that's the upgrade version too. So you have 2 Microsoft Windows upgrade versions of different Microsoft Windows operating systems. And the first one you have to start with is Windows 3.1. And then upgrade to the Windows 98, and then upgrade that to Windows XP if you want to, or you can stay with Windows 98. It's a little faster, I noticed, but not much faster with Windows 98, just so you know. But it's also where you have to have more drivers and everything's less stable and less friendly. So overall, I don't know, that's worth the speed increase. But it's something to keep in mind. It's up to you. You want to reload the operating system if you do, or if you don't. It's up to you. That's what's coming with the computer. Okay, so Jetfighter 2. I'm not sure that's the only disc, but it's a 5 what they call a 5 1/4 inch disc. Then it's paper sleeve, paper plastic kind of coated, plastic coated paper sleeve, and back of the disc looks like. And Jetfighter 2 is a good game. It was, for its time, it was more like a 10 out of 10, but I think by today's standards and overall, I kind of think that it's more like a 5 out of 10. It's an okay game by today's standards. The gameplay's still there, but it's nowhere near as good as some of these virtual reality Jetfighter programs, and the graphic quality is the main reason why. Not the playability really, but so much as part of the playability. But for the most part, they had playability, but they just didn't have the graphic quality. You can barely tell what's what. I mean, it's 16 colors, I think it was. No, 256 colors. But yeah, I mean, obviously compared to millions of colors, that's pretty lacking. So I played it. I vaguely remember I beat it, but I'm not totally sure. The year on that is 1990. 1990. And my rating of it, yeah, like I just said, is a 5 out of 10. Okay, so Microsoft Freelancer. Shame on you, Microsoft Freelancer. Shame on you, Microsoft. you messed up my computer. What I had to do, this is why I have Windows XP instead of Windows 98. I was perfectly fine with Windows 98 until I loaded this program on my computer. This is the only one out of all my games, all my programs, that's ever messed up my computer. All the other ones, I could just turn off my computer to correct the problem and turn it back on after 10 seconds or a minute or more, after several seconds at least, leaving it off like you're supposed to, and just reboot, restart my computer, desktop computer, and then it just kind of self-corrects. It gets out of the program if it freezes or whatever, like freezing. Well, it froze up, but it messed it up so bad that even when I turned off the computer, I turned it back on, it still wasn't able to work. So what I had to do was somehow erase the drive, either detach the thing from the inside, hook it up to my new PC, reformat the drive, and then stick in the old PC, and then stick the Windows 3.1 disk in the drive to boot up off there, then load that operating system and the Windows 98, and then the Windows XP, Windows XP. Yeah. Windows XP, Home Edition. Then I tried it again, and it didn't crash my computer. But what it did is, it was very low frames per second, unplayable, and after a few seconds or to a few minutes, it crashed or froze my computer up, or it crashed or froze, or one of the two or both. But what it didn't do was to make it where if I turn off my computer and turn it back on, that it wouldn't work. So it didn't have that problem anymore. But even with Windows XP, this Microsoft Freelancer will not work. Not on the ancient desktop PC that I have. I think it's just 50 to 100 megahertz too slow for it. Just a little too slow. 350 megahertz, I'm pretty sure, is the processor speed. And you need to be 400 to 450 megahertz or so as a minimum, preferably 500 to 600, or 500 through 700 megahertz, I think they say. And yeah, it says here video card 16 megabytes /3D. I think I had I think I had twice that. I have that in the ancient desktop. Hard drive 9 or something megabytes, I think I had that. I had that. Processor was 600 megahertz. Okay, there you go. It says right here. But I only have 350, so I had is roughly 40% slower as a rough estimate. So it's significantly slower, a whole lot slower than they say that you're supposed to run it at. But I tried it, couldn't get it to work. But yeah, I reloaded all the programs that I wanted to. My computer works perfectly fine. It just had to be reloaded, and that's all it did. It was mess up my operating system, so I had to reload the operating system. But it didn't destroy any hardware or anything like that. But shame on you, Microsoft, for giving such problems. It has a warning, but it doesn't say for sure that it'll happen. It just says maybe it'll happen. Well, they really ought to say for sure if you have less than so many megahertz, it will crash the computer, because that's how they programmed it. It seems to do it on purpose, I swear. After all these years of gaming and using computers, I can't imagine they didn't do this on purpose. Microsoft knows how guilty they are. They made this game that makes you have to upgrade to Windows XP, and your hardware has to be upgraded too. At the time, remember, this is back many years ago when people were transitioning from either Windows 98 or Windows 2000 to Windows XP, and they were being forced to by this single program by Microsoft, but only if they ran this program. And I don't think most people did, but a significant amount of people did. And those that did were forced to have to upgrade it to Windows XP. It forced them to have to do it. Even if their hardware was fast enough, they still had to upgrade to Windows XP. That was the only time in Microsoft history I remember them being so devious and evil like that. And such a bully. But anyways, yeah, I would say this Microsoft Freelancer, back in 2003, copyright 2003. Microsoft Freelancer 2003, I played it. Seen the story on YouTube for the ending, but I didn't beat it. I think I got through 1 or 2 or 3 missions out of many dozen or more different missions. So most of the game I still didn't play. But I would say that my rating of it is a 1 out of 10 when it comes to how messed up the computer was. But I think considering that's a pretty good game in and of itself, and some people obviously got it to work, even though I didn't with my ancient desktop PC. And it's still too old for a new computer to probably work at all. So I didn't even try that. But yeah, well, I would say I love this type of game. So even considering the problem, I would still say it's a 7 out of 10. It's a good game overall, but there's a major problem with it. Like I just stated about it messing up a computer that's not fast enough hardware-wise and had an older Microsoft Windows operating system. And that's the problem with near monopolies or monopoly companies. They can do that. They can do bully stuff, and nobody can do anything or say anything about it to the U.S. government. Maybe, but not other than that, nobody can, and they get to have it their way, have whoever they want to. If they're a monopoly and they know that the customers can't get their product or service from somebody else, and they know they can do whatever they want to do with it, and that's not right sometimes when they are a bully. But anyways, these discs, I don't think they have anything on them. They should be blank. And these are tons of different DVD blank discs you get to have. All of everything I'm showing you here, you get to have. Everything in this room with my shirt. Anyways, none of those should have anything on the disc. And this paper here is Logitech mouses, headsets, webcams, some kind of smart pen, Bluetooth earphone or something like that. Or is it a cell phone earpiece? Just computer accessories is what Logitech, basically has. Whether it be headphones or mice or a mouse or a computer, or a keyboard, not a computer, but I don't think they have computers. They also have speakers and phones I don't think those are cell phones. And then they do have steering wheels and joysticks and game pads. I don't know if you can see that. But, yep. Webcam, speakers, game controllers, game pads, whatever you call them. Okay, so this is Logitech.com, Logitech mouseware. It's a driver, and you need tons of drivers with ancient desktop computer. Keep that in mind, definitely. And that's not for you. That's the only thing here that you don't get, by the way, is this HP Office Jet 6000. Right there. That's for my printer. It's just a basic printer. It's not that fancy anyway, so you're not but that's the only, you don't get that disc. For the drivers for the print for the HP Office Jet 6000 printer that I have. But everything else here though you get, and you're even going to get this 4 gigabytes laptop memory, which is DDR3. I don't remember the megahertz. I think it's 1,200 or something like that. Somewhere around 1100 or 1200 or 1400. 1500, maybe. Yeah, somewhere around 1000 to 1500 megahertz. DDR3 laptop memory, 4 gigabyte size. And it's just for laptop. the Computer Associates Bitware for Windows. And that had disk contents driver for Windows 98 or Windows NT, hardware users manual, PDF format, hardware installation manual, Bitware software, Bitware manual, Adobe Acrobat Reader, Cyan antivirus for Windows 95, which is a junky antivirus program. But so Microsoft tools and online services. So Microsoft tools may be a little useful but for the most part, what this disk is Adobe Acrobat Reader, maybe some drivers, and that's it. It's useful. Blank CD, CDR, recordable. 52x, 700 megabytes, 80 minutes is the estimated video time or photo. Yeah, I guess it's video time. 80 minutes. Compact disc symbol. 700 megabyte CD disc right here. CDR-R for recordable. You can record on it. It's not just read, but you can put data on it. 52 times speed, which means it's able to work at the fastest speed possible that any drive goes up to. I never heard of it faster than 52. All the drives that I've ever heard of don't go faster than that. They don't need to. That's plenty fast, for what it is. For optical drives. So there's Modem Blaster. And this has it's software installation for the drivers for the modem. And then the bikini competition is just a fancy thing that it's not the computer program. That was held in Daytona Beach, Florida. But anyways, which is 30 miles south of here, roughly. But yeah. So Dynamics, part of the Sierra family sample pack. It's more than a sample pack. VGA, 5¼ inch HD MS DOS, 3 complete games. See, the full documentation. It's A10 Tank Killer. That's the old A10 Tank Killer, not the new game I just showed you. And then Heart of China and Stellar 7. Stellar 7. Yeah, that was a good game. I would say that's an 8 out of 10. It was a very good game. I played it. I beat it. I think it took me a long time to beat that. Many years ago. Never wanted to play it again after that. But it was a very good game though. But once you go through the storyline, it's not very replayable like Doom was. But Stellar 7 though, still I think was a very good game for its time and even by today's standards. And okay, so this pack is a Flight Simulator A10 Tank Killer version 1.5, 25 tons of flying mass destruction. Adventure, Heart of China, a crash landing globe spanning adventure. That's like a lot like that Star Trek 25th anniversary or King's Quest V, where it's not a top-down RPG. It's kind of like a non-leveling adventure, kind of more towards the side instead of top-down view. It's certainly not first person, but anyway, state-of-the-art arcade action Stellar 7. 3 space. Well, it's 3 space technology. Full 256 color support. Yeah, it's funny by today's standards to advertise like that. 5¼ inch discs, right? So 640K VGA, 286 or better computer. So, by the way, it's a 286 computer, a 386 computer came out later on. And then even later than that, a year or two later than that or so, the 386 computer came out, or I already said that. I mean, the 486 computer came out. Then the 486 with the DX processor came out, which was a math coprocessor, I believe. Not totally sure I remember right, but that's what I remember. DX is what the term was for the math coprocessor version of the 486 computer, which is an IBM computer, or IBM compatible anyways. And IBM was a really big company back in the 1900s, all throughout the whole century. Well, at least the last half of the 1900s, it was a major company, at least then. And it's not so major of a company anymore, even though it's still around. They got things in grocery stores and other retail electronics, so they're not out of business, but they do some experimental stuff too for supercomputers and what have you. But for the most part, IBM's not the big company it used to be back in the 1900s. But okay, so recommended. Okay, so joystick Stellar 7 and A10 mouse for Heart of China. Yeah, you just needed a mouse to play the Heart of China game. The joystick for Stellar 7 and A10. Actually, I played it, I think, with a mouse, not with a joystick. It's not. I don't know why they recommend a joystick. I don't. For Stellar 7, but for A10, it's definitely a must-have. A very good thing. SUP, whatever that means. AOL 18 Thunderbird Sound Blaster M-32 / LAPC-1/CM-32L. So SNDBLSTR means Sound Blaster. So it's 1992. All of these three games in this pack. The A10 Killer, the Heart of China, the Stellar 7 games are 1992. And I played them all. And I beat A10 Killer and Stellar 7, but I didn't beat Heart of China. I think I've seen that on YouTube, somebody beating that. I'm pretty sure I didn't beat that one, but I'm not as into adventure games or RPGs as some other types of games, so just didn't want to at the time. I think if I replayed it, I would want to finish it, but maybe now, but I'm still not that interested, really. So, that's whether or not I played it. That's the title, the year, whether or not I played it, whether or not I beat it. Now, my ratings of these games, these three games, are I would say A10 Killer was a good game. It was a very good game for its time, but a good game these days. Yeah, the playability's still there, it's a good game. 7 out of 10, it's a good game. So Heart of China is a good game. I'd say 7 out of 10 for that. Also, we could still play it today, Playability's still there, generally speaking. It's an adventure game. No, I don't remember any leveling. It's just adventuring and going through a storyline. It's a pretty interesting story, too, when I see it on YouTube, because I didn't really see the whole story. It's about a bully. It's about human relationships. It's about money. It's about Asia or China. China, yeah, I mean that, but it's Asia in general, and it's about an American's adventures in China, or part of China, and it starts off pretty interesting, but it actually ends even more interesting. But the start of it really is central to the whole storyline, as you'll see if you see it on YouTube and you don't want to play it. Then you could see the story of Heart of China. But yeah, 1992 game. So 7 out of 10 for Heart of China. Stellar 7, I would say, is an 8 out of 10. A very good game. Okay, so that's that. And now I'm doing Empire Deluxe. Getting tired now. This Empire Deluxe. New World Computing is the company that made it. Empire Deluxe, IBM / PC 286 and 1% compatibles. It contains 1.44 megabyte, 3.5 inch HD disc. All major sound cards. Major at the time. So by Mark Baldwin and Bob Burkowski. Okay. So Empire Deluxe is a 1993 game. Looks like it's 1993. And I played it, and I forget if it had a storyline or not. I think if it did, I beat it. I vaguely remember, but I probably beat it. And my rating of it is that it's a good game. I'd give it it's a little bit, by today's standards, it's definitely not very good or excellent, but I would say it's a playable game, though, and it's a good game in general. So 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Not particularly good, but 7 out of 10. So here's the Master Orion, the original Master Orion. DOS CD-ROM Microprose is the company that made Master Orion. So the year, see if I can find this. 1997. I thought it was a little before that, but you know what it says in 1997. Remember this being around 1990, but it says 1997, so maybe it's a remake or whatever. I guess I remember wrong. Okay, so that could be a 1, 1991, but or that 9 could be an 8 for 1987. But I think I see 1997, not 1987. So as far as I can tell, it's 1997. So Master Orion, 1997. It's a strategy game. I played it. I beat it. I liked it. It was about not a 9. I would say an 8. An 8 out of 10. Very good game. Very good game. 8 out of 10. And Master Orion 2, one of my favorite games of all time. Master Orion 2, I would say, is a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game. I played it, I beat it. I obviously liked it. It's very good. DOS / Windows 95 CD-ROM. See bottom panel for requirements. Okay, so required IBM PC 100 megahertz, compatible or faster. 100 megahertz, that's 0.1 gigahertz. That's all you have to have. So DOS 5.0 or later also runs under Windows 95. 8 megabytes of RAM or 16 megabytes if running under Windows 95. Double speed CD-ROM drive, 300 kilobits per second sustained. Or is that kilobytes maybe? Per second sustained transfer rate. Super VGA graphics, VESA required for 640 by 480 with 256 colors. Not much, Hard, not by today's standards, anyways. The hard drive is 75 megabytes free, and Microsoft compatible mouse. Supported Sound Blaster, 100% compatible sound board or sound card. Recommended 90 megahertz Pentium compatible or faster with 16 megabytes RAM. Required for multiplayer option, 100% Haze compatible, 9600 modem or faster. That's 9600 baud or speed. So 56K is 56,000. This is 9,600. So this is much slower, a requirement. 2-player. So it's only up to 8 players. IPX network up to 8 players, but otherwise it's just up to 2 players. If it's through the modem, I guess. I never played IPX. I only played over the modem before myself. So no modem, serial cable, 2-player. That's where your computer's hooked up with a very big, thick cable to another computer in the same room or house or building, and just a few feet basically from each other. And you're not like a mile or kilometers and miles away from each other, and you're just in the same building. Then you can use this null modem serial cable, but that's old technology. Nowadays we got the internet. We don't use that. Pretty much never. Maybe it's still possible. I don't know. But box contents: 1 CD-ROM and 1 manual. Okay, so yep, it has to be past 1997. That was the first year I thought that I had seen. I can't find a year on this. Why not? Ah, here it is. 1996. So that must be 1987. I think that I must have read that wrong. And it was that 7 was probably a 7, but I think that 9 before it was actually an 8. I'm pretty sure the original Master Ryan was 1987. Okay, so this is 1996. Master Ryan 2, 1996. I played it, I beat it, I loved it. I'd say it's a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game. Those are the requirements typical for a lot of these games. In 1996, those are the requirements back then. Okay, so Master Ryan 3, many years later, they made this, and then Win98/me/2000/XP. So somewhere around 2003, 1997 through 2002, meaning 2002. Okay, so Master Ryan 3 in 2002. I played it, I beat it, I liked it. I would say it's an 8 out of 10. It was a very good game, but just not quite as good as Master Ryan 2. There are some good things about it. I like the ledger, I like this 3D navigation around the universe or galaxy, and the space combat, and was in 3D, instead of 2D. But I think even being in 2D, Master Ryan 2 was, I don't know, just seemed like a little more fun. To not explain it, but it was many years ago I played this, so I forget the details about why, but I remember slightly worse of the game, but it's still a very good game, though. I think it's still a very good game. There's some good things about setting up the galaxy, and like I said, the 3D aspect in general, but I think how they implemented the 3D, I don't know, just took the indirect fire and direct fire stuff, kind of didn't find it too interesting compared to the space combat. I think the space weapons in Master Ryan 2 might have been better. Can't remember all the details, but yeah, slightly better. But I wouldn't say Master Ryan 3 was a whole lot worse, but it was worse though than Master Ryan 2. But so was the original. I think Master Ryan 2 was the best of the series. Okay, so moving on. Airborne Ranger, very old game, one of my oldest. It's either this or Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego is the oldest. Almost 14 minutes in the second part of the video. Okay, well, so Airborne Ranger, VJ 16 color, Tandy 1000, IBM PC /XT/AT compatible. 5.25-inch disc, Airborne Ranger. And I'm trying to look for a year here. Yep, 1987. 1987. Airborne Ranger 1987. I played it. I don't remember if I beat it or not too many years ago. But I know I got close. If I didn't beat it, I at least got close beating it. And I say it's a good game, even by today's standards, but not particularly good. Kind of unique a little bit how they did it. It's a top-down type of shooter and action kind of game where you can low crawl, which most new games you usually can't low crawl. There's one I think I've seen on the internet, but just one that you can low crawl. Yeah, I think it would be. I would say it's a 7 out of 10. It's a 7 out of 10. It's a good game. Not particularly good, but it's a good game. Okay, so where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Works with Windows or DOS, MS-DOS. Catch me if you can. National Geographic digitized photos, over 2,500 clues, fabulous new music and sound effects, 20 villains, 45 countries, 16 maps, stunning animations. Not really, by today's standards, but back then it was. So where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Deluxe. It's the deluxe version. Special deluxe edition of the national bestseller. Vertigo Software made it. I can find it here somewhere. 1992, yeah. So the Airborne Ranger is actually the oldest PC video game that I have in 1987. This one's 1992. Seems old as that, but it isn't. Okay, so 1992. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Deluxe Edition, 1992. I played it, I beat it, I liked it. I'm not particularly into mysteries, but I think to be fair about it, it's a 7 out of 10. It's a good game. Okay, so moving on. Wing Commander, the original. Wing Commander 3D Space Combat Simulator. 3D was big back then, back around 1990, Chris Roberts game. So this is it really doesn't say anywhere on here what year it was. I remember it being 1990, 1989 maybe. But I'm probably off by a year. Probably off by a year or two. I have to actually open it up to see what year it is. It's not saying on the back. P.O. box, but they're not saying copyright on here. The year. Okay, so yep, I'm right. It's 19. February 1990. Okay, so 1990. I played it, I beat it, I loved it. I would say it's not as good as the other series. 7 out of 10. It was a good game, though I wouldn't say I loved it, but I liked it. But 7 out of 10. It's a good game. It was a good game. Wing Commander 2. Oh no. Again, I'm gonna have to crack this open because it's not saying a year. It's almost almost saying a year on the side. It's not like the other games. Actually, have to crack this thing open to see the year again. The third one was different. 1991. Is that 3, 2? Okay. And the sound. I don't know about the secret missions. Yeah, the speech accessory pack. There were secret missions I thought that we had. Oh, that was for the special operations, right? Copyright 1992. So the original game's copyright 1991. There's secret missions, special operations for 1992 that are also 5 1/4 inch discs that are part of that game. And then I played it, I beat it. So Wing Commander 2, Vengeance of the Karothi. I played it, I beat it, and I liked it. I loved it, in fact. I think it was my favorite out of the whole series, really. But not by far, but it was. And my rating, though, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it was a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game, but not perfect. So 9 out of 10. Yeah, an excellent game. So Wing Commander 2. I like the artwork and the ship design more than any other Wing Commander game. Made more sense to have the kind of ships that they had. Everything fit for what the class of ships it was, and nothing kind of was too crazy. And I liked how it worked and with the gameplay and the design of the ships and how they looked too. But the best out of all of them. Okay, so moving on to Wing Commander 3. Wing Commander 3, Heart of the Tiger, 1994. Played it, I beat it, I loved it. It was not quite as good as Wing Commander 2, but almost, and it was a very good, one of my favorite games of all time. And I would say it's an 8 out of 10. I would say it's a 9 out of 10. It's just very slightly worse than Wing Commander 2. Yeah, it's still better, even better than Wing Commander 4. I think that Wing Commander 4 was a 9 out of 10 also. But I want to tell you the year on that. I did play it and beat the Wing Commander 4 also. And Wing Commander 4, the Price of Vengeance. See, Wing Commander 4, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. That's the answer to that. What is the price of freedom? Well, it's eternal vigilance. Okay, so Wing Commander 4, 1995. I think that's what I see. 1995. And there's no secret mission with that one, or the third one, but there was with the first and second. Add-ons, like an add-on program. Or they might consider DLC these days, I guess, or something. But anyways, I'm not even sure about the term DLCs. I'm that old, but 41 years old. Okay, so Wing Commander 4, The Price of Freedom, 1995. I played it, I beat it. It was an excellent game, 9 out of 10. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to Comanche 3 and 4. Comanche 3 and 4, just give me a second. Okay, so Comanche 3 and 4, as you can see, it's there. I played Comanche either 1 or 2, the original or the second one. I think it was the original. And I played it and I beat it and I liked it. I would say basically loved it. An 8 out of 10 though wasn't a perfect or excellent game though. I'd say though, but it was very good for the original or the second one. But I think the third one, even though I didn't play it based upon the videos, I would say that's a 9 out of 10 for both the third and the fourth one. Mainly the third one, I think. It's just very slightly better for the third one. From what I see on the... I never played it or beat it, of course. But I didn't play it. But I think that Comanche 3 was very slightly better, but they're both 9 out of 10 games. Yeah, Comanche 3 and 4. Comanche 3 and Comanche 4. And I didn't play it and beat them. But I did play and beat either the original or this Comanche 2, the second one. Or both of them. One or the other, both. But I definitely didn't play these. But they look a little better. But I think the original, I would say, even though it's not here, I'm showing you it. I don't have that original one or the second one. But that one I did play, and that one was 8 out of 10. A very good game, though. Even though it had a little bit of work to do to make it really be a better game. But it's still a very good game, though. 8 out of 10. But both these Comanche 3 and Comanche 4 is 9 out of 10. Excellent games, near perfect. So the year Search and Rescue 4, I played that, and I didn't play that one. I played Search and Rescue 1, 2, or 3, but only one of the first 3, but not the fourth one. But I would say, based upon the videos of the fourth one on the internet that I'd seen. Search and Rescue 4 is 8 or 9 out of 10. I would say it's probably depending. I mean, it's not the most exciting game. You know, it's like only so entertaining because it's search and rescue compared to other games. So because of the lack of entertainment value, I'd say it's maybe not excellent, but it's a very good game though. And it's 8 out of 10. I would say it's an 8 out of 10 for Search and Rescue 4 from what I've seen, and based upon me playing an older version of it before. Okay, so did play the older version, but I didn't play Search and Rescue 4. Obviously didn't beat the Search and Rescue 4. I did play it, but I did play and beat either Search and Rescue 1, 2, or 3, and I beat that, and it wasn't easy either, because there's 1 or 2 missions that were nearly impossible, but you had to hover over something and be exact and all that stuff, and it was really hard. But they say helicopters are hard to fly compared to airplanes, harder to maintain. That's it. So the years on these 3 games, okay. So Comanche 3, just discovered, was 1999 game. Comanche 4 is a 2001 game, and Search and Rescue 4 is 2010. And it's, by the way, it's one of the few games that I have that's plastic wrapped. It's sealed, unopened and sealed. Okay, make a note of that if you want to. You know, a lot of people like sealed games, so that's one. Didn't like you said, didn't play that specific game, but I played the older versions of Search and Rescue before. Okay, so Road and Track: The Need for Speed SE Special Edition. So this game was here it is. Copyright 1996. I remember it being earlier than that, but this is the special edition, so that's why it's not 1994 or 93 when the first one actually came out, somewhere around there. But this is a special edition of the original. Doesn't mean much. I don't think it's changed much at all. Basically the same game, but about a couple years old, newer, I mean, than the original. Okay, so 1996, The Need for Speed Special Edition, or SE. And I played it, not the SE version, actually the non-SE version, a couple years before. I beat it. I forget if there was a way to beat it. I don't know that there was a storyline. I can't remember, too many years ago. But as far as I vaguely remember, I beat it, and then so I would say I liked it. It's a good game. One of my favorite games, but I think the Need for Speed Underground 2, for instance, was still a lot better than that. But for its time, it was an excellent game. I'd say by today's standards, really, I would rate it about a 6 out of 10. 7 and it's not just okay. Say it's a good game. It's a 7 out of 10. It's generally a good game. Okay, so I think maybe nothing else. It's another day. So I'll think about it. Okay, so Test Drive 3 Accolade. $19.90, one of my very oldest games that I have. $19.90. Fancy cars, sports cars, and even though there's fancy pictures on the back, the 256 color or 16 color graphics, something like that. Back in 1990, I think it was 256, maybe 16 color, yeah. So they didn't even have the 256 colors. My God. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, 16 color computer game back in 1990. Yeah, it was Test Drive 3, The Passion, Accolade. Really neat box, you know. Excellent box, couldn't be any better, I don't think. But the game itself really wasn't nearly as good. I liked the game, you know. It was one of my first video games I ever played in my life, and you know, it's good memories. But at the same time, I do have to admit that it's not a particularly good game. It's an okay game. I'd say it's a 6 out of 10. It's not that sensitive on the steering wheel. Likes graphic quality a lot because it's only 16 different colors, so you can hardly see where you're going. You can see the edge of the road, but it's like big Minecraft-like blocks. There's a little more detail than that, but not much better. And I mean, the graphic quality here, you know, it just says it's a 640 by 480. I don't think it says, but I think that's what I remember it being. It's possible it went up a little higher in resolution, but it certainly was all pixelated back then. Anytime last century, they didn't have these things to smooth out the edges. It was all, you know, squares diagonally speaking, you know, pixelated, which, or at least an older person like me calls it. Okay, so Test Drive 3, yeah. So it's 6 out of 10. It's an okay game. Played it, I beat it. I forget if there's a storyline or not, but and then it was a 1990 game, Test Drive 3. Not sure if there was a different version because it says The Passion on this one, but I don't think there was. It's just marketing. And this is not a game. I don't think I have a game in here. It's just a book. Alchemy, 3D game Alchemy for Doom, Doom 2, Heretic, and Hexen. Doom 2, Heretic, and Hexen were first-person shooters back in the 1990s. They were the most popular, you know. And all of them, I don't think you could look up and down except for I think Heretic and or Hexen you could, but not Doom or Doom 2. Yeah, so they were among the, like, not Hexen, I'm pretty sure, but Heretic, Duke Nukem 3D, and that Star Wars Dark Forces were the three first video games that were first-person shooters to ever be made where you could look up and down with your character. For that, it was just looking side to side, and you couldn't look up and down, or aim up and down. You couldn't even aim up and down. It's basic like that, you know. Very, very basic. So it's a book, you know, it's a paperback book. Paperback book, a thick paperback. I'm not sure if you can see that or not, but I'll go over here. You can see it. So It looks like on the back. Jam your way through new levels, create your own madness, and never again see the light of day. So this is about level editing and Doom and the other games. Yeah, there's nothing in there. Nothing I see. This piece of paper right there. There's no proof. No, I used to have Doom, the original game, register the full version, not just the shareware version, which is a trial version. These days it would be considered a trial version. They don't have shareware anymore, but it's the same thing as these modern day trial software. Same thing. And they just simply had a different name for the same thing back in the 1980s and 90s for computer programs or computer games called shareware versions. And that was just their name for a trial version, but it was an untimed trial version, usually anyways. Yeah, so you don't really need to know the year on that in my review on that. I mean, that's not a computer game, but I did edit levels. I made a level called LHS.WAD, Lakes High School up in Washington State. This is my favorite high school out of the 4 high schools I went to. But I made all the teachers monsters, and I made I forget. I made some other workers of the high school or students of the high school monsters too, or something like that. And there's a bunch of monsters, all over the high school, and it was just a level I designed that was like the high school. It wasn't actually the high school. So LHS.WAD was the file name, and I put it on the BBS, the bulletin board system, and a lot of other people started playing it. I don't know how many. Didn't have counters, so I couldn't. Or if they did, I didn't pay attention to the numbers. I think maybe 100 or 1,000 people had downloaded it, maybe. But it wasn't anything like 10,000 or 100,000 or millions or anything really a whole lot, as far as I know. I mean, maybe eventually it got there. I doubt it. But there's another level, kind of like more in a way. It was a big room that was a rectangle-shaped room with a little corridor that kind of wound around like a crowbar, kind of, at the end of the corridor, kind of hooked around just a little bit. And there was a little cubby hole, so to speak, a little area where you could go in and hide it from the tons of monsters all up in the rectangular shaped room. As big as a typical barn, or it's basically the size of 2 barns put together. It's a really big warehouse type of area, a space. And you start at the other end, and I don't even think I have the maybe a small corridor at the other end, but I don't remember that. I think there's nothing there. It's just that you start there. You start there, and then and the only way to beat all the monsters is to run through the crowd of monsters, blasting your way through any monsters that stop you from moving your character and running through with your character, running through all the monsters. And you start off with a pistol. I think I don't give you the shotgun, and you have that in the other room. You have to blast your way with the pistol. It's very hard, but if you manage to get there through the corridor and get the shotgun with some ammo, lots of ammo, then you can start blasting enemies much easier. And then from there on, And then I think I have at least a small health pack. There's probably a big one, several of them maybe, and all up in there along with that shotgun and the shotgun shells and ammo for it. And you go there and you be that's the only way I knew how. There's a level I designed, with the alchemy or with the level editor for Doom that was free or low cost or something like that. I forget if it cost anything. I think it was free, but you had to have the game. I think I have the game, at least the shareware version. I think you could even edit the shareware version if I remember right. But I could be wrong. But okay, but yeah, moving on to these other games. But I'm talking about that because the alchemy book refers to the level editing and some other stuff probably too. Yeah, it's about those 4 games, and playing, game hints, and level editing, and stuff like that. And it's a really thick book, as you could see. As big and thick as or almost as big and thick as the Bible. not quite that thick, I guess, but almost. Okay, so King's Quest V, absence makes the heart go yonder. An experience the whole family will enjoy. Yep, so King's Quest V is a really old game. Let's see here if I can find the year. King's Quest V, 1990. I played it, I beat it, and I generally liked it. I would give it a rating of 8 out of 10, a very good game. And yeah, it's and like I was saying before, it's like Heart of China or well, it's like an RPG without leveling. It's an adventure game. Okay, so Carson Hawk's Revenge is a top-down strategy game. I don't think it's turn. I think it is turn-based. It's turn-based, top-down strategy game. And so the Crescent Hawk's Revenge. Strike back. Didn't see that info column. It's a company that made it. 1990, it says right there. Yep, so the Crescent Hawk's Revenge. Made in 1990 or released in 1990, published and released in 1990 at least. And it's a top-down strategy shooter game and turn-based strategy. Top-down turn-based strategy game. And made in 1990. Yeah, I would say I played it. I don't think I beat it. I didn't beat it. I didn't win. Just wasn't into it, that much. I would say some people, my brother loved it, but I didn't particularly like it. I would say that I'm not too, and I actually like the idea of tanks. That make more sense than mechs. If you blast a leg off of a mech, you can only blast a track off of a tank. They're usually pretty tough. You know, some people like mechs. I'm not as into mechs as other people, like my brother and my best friend when I was a kid, many years ago. Okay, so pretty colorful mech recognition chart inside. So I would, I'm trying to think of a rating, somewhere between a 6 and an 8. It was a little challenging. I don't like how challenging it was. Maybe that's what my brother, the genius, liked about it. It was almost too hard. at times, anyways. Say for its time, I really liked it. I would say it was a 9 out of 10 for its time. If you time travel and ask me back then in 1990 or 1991, whenever we had it, exactly a year later maybe. Yeah. And yeah, I would say 6 out of 10. It's okay game, but it's not particularly good. That's my rating of it. Really, I don't particularly like it. Then there's Descent. 360-degree 3D environment made by Interplay. CD-ROM DOS version. It's sealed. Oh, this is one of those that are sealed. Keep that in mind. I think I have one more down there. Maybe 2 or 3. But probably just that one more. But we'll get to that later. Okay, so it's a broken seal, the corner, as you can see. There is some damage to it, the case, the box, but not much. Yeah, so Parallax Software made it in 1995, the original Descent. Okay, so what can I say about this game is that well, you can see in the pictures, you're in a vehicle, you're in a spacecraft, but you actually play in mines. They're inside planets, alien planets. I don't think any of them are Earth, but anyway, they're and you just destroy robots, kill robots. Um, Destroying these robots that are evil. They've gone evil because of an evil programmer that's your boss or your boss's boss or something like that. Is the end of the story. Kind of ruined it. It was what they call a spoiler. Oh well. But that's just the basics. I mean, the detailed stories, I still didn't spoil for you if you wanted to see YouTube videos or play the game yourself. But yeah, one of my favorite games of all time. Descent made in 1995. It I played it, I beat it, and I forget how long it took me. I think it was a few months to a year to beat. I don't know, about a year. It was a few months at least, if not a year, possibly, for me to beat the game. Because there's many levels, many areas, and to get lost in many different levels, and you can go upside down in it, and it's kind of like you're in space because you hover in any direction that your ship's in, and it's pretty weird. Star Citizen was being made like that for a while there, where you could do that, but they've already changed it, so you can't do that anymore, which is more realistic. But it was fun to have a little bit of unrealism, as if you're in space when you're up in a mine shaft. And you're not really feeling the gravity. It doesn't seem like you're getting affected by the gravity, and you're just going all the way around. Which way's up? Which way's down? Um, you don't know. You get lost. Kind of fun game. I had a blast at playing some of the custom levels. I tried the level editors too complex for me, at least at the time, and couldn't get the hang of that level editor. But yeah, Descent, the original was made in 1995. I played it, I beat it, and I think it was an excellent game. It was a 9 out of 10. I wouldn't say that it was as good as the second one or the anniversary edition. So it's not perfect. It wasn't perfect, but it was an excellent game though, near perfect. Okay, so love the game. I love the game. I was addicted to it for a long time. Doom. I think Doom, the Sharer version in particular, I played that too much. I think more than any other game besides Duke Nukem 3D. And but I think I remember Doom and Doom 2. Between the two, I probably played those games more than any other game. Not by far, but still more than any other game that I think I've ever played in total in my whole life. And I had a blast. I think the playability is there. Okay, so Descent 2, blast into all new 360-degree 3D worlds. So what Descent 2 had that's better was just simply the graphics were better, but only slightly better. But the maximum resolution on it actually compares to, I think it goes up, it went up to 4K or almost 4K, which back then was unheard of. So I don't know how they did that, but nobody had the monitor that could support that resolution, but the software, their game had it. And that was interesting. Windows 95 and DOS version, CD-ROM. So my guess it was 1996. Yes, I guessed right. Copyright 1996, Parallax Software. And it is sealed, just like this Descent is sealed. Actually, yeah. So I got more than a few games that are sealed, but most of them still aren't. This one's sealed. Descent 2 sealed game, plastic wrap. I played it on a friend's computer. That's how I played it. It wasn't this particular box. Just in case you're wondering, how did I play a sealed game? Well, I played it went on the version and the one that my friend had many years ago. Okay, so Descent 3. I played this, and it was this. This isn't sealed. Like all the others, that I don't mention are sealed or aren't sealed. Most of them are. Most of them are not sealed. Okay, so Descent 3. Right. So it's a game made in 1999, Descent 3, and I did play it. I did not beat it. I think I didn't even come close. I think of first or second levels, and maybe it was a third, maybe 3 levels out of many levels that I beat. I played, but yeah, I kind of lost interest because, well, I already played so much of the original Descent that all the others kind of got boring after that. But I spent many months, like I said, a few months at least, playing it really not every day, but almost every day, and for a few hours every few days or so, and a long time. So but I did spend a significant amount of time in Descent 3, and seen tons of YouTube videos about it and the other Descents. And there's one guy actually beat the impossible or insane. I think it's called insane skill level. Either was one of the three, Descent 2 or Descent 3. And I know how he did it. He just basically kept trying. He kept losing, but he kept trying, and he never gave up. Okay, so yep, Descent 3, 1999. I played it. I did not beat it. I liked it. I loved it. I think it was better than the original. Even I would say it's a 9 out of 10. Yeah, an excellent game. So good, I actually might go back to it, but just because I played similar games, I'm not sure that I'm interested anymore. But yeah, it's really interesting though. It's an anniversary edition. By same company, Interplay made it. CD-ROM DOS version. AAA Parallax software. DOS is made by Microsoft. MS-DOS. Don't know what DOS stands for, if it stands for anything, but MS stands for Microsoft. MS-DOS, Microsoft DOS. And DOS is typing type of operating system that Microsoft has. Or, I mean, not has anymore, but had back in the past in the 1900s. Okay, so the year on this anniversary edition is 1996. And I did not play it. It is not sealed. It's openable. Alright. I did not play it. I did not beat it, obviously. So I didn't play it in. Not sure if I've seen any YouTube videos on it, but I would say, considering the other games, it's probably a 9 out of 10 also. Didn't hear anything particularly bad about it. I don't remember anything particularly bad about it. Yeah, so they're all 9 out of 10 excellent games. Not perfect. I would say the only perfect game was Star Wars Dark Forces. Isn't that crazy? One reason or another, one game fails or another game fails. That's my personal opinion. Wing Commander 2, I think, came very close. But I think still Star Wars Dark Forces was the perfect game. Wing Commander 2, I don't think you could call that perfect. I think you could raise the resolution up high enough. 800 by 600 at least, if not a little higher. And then Star Wars Dark Forces. And then the sound is really special because it's made by LucasArts. And they really did a perfect job with that, I think. Okay, so moving on to the last little section here. Simmania. Half an hour into this section. Okay. Terminator 3 actually is the next game. War Machines. Made by Atari. 2003. That's what I think I see. About the year Windows XP came out, 2003. So Terminator 3, War of the Machines, 2003. I did not play it. I didn't beat it, I liked the game because I've seen some YouTube videos, and I would say it's a. I think I did hear a few complaints about it. I would say it's a 7 out of 10. It was a generally good game. Okay, so moving on. For a second there, I thought that was one of my Seal games, but it's not it. Oh, I know what it is. It's Medieval War. Okay, so Simmania 3. Simmania 3 has the Simcopter, Sim Golf, SimCity 3000, Sim Theme Park, Sim Coaster. Then the last one on the right you see is Sim Safari. And Sim Safari and SimCity 3000 were the only two I liked. The other ones I basically didn't like. I played them all, except for Sim Coaster. I'm not. Actually, I think I played that just for a few seconds. It's horrible. Includes 6 complete games. Can't even find a year on here. So talks about Windows 95 or 98. So. 2005. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's copyrighted 2005. So these these 6 games are from 2005. They're all in 2005, and so SimCity 3000 and SimSafari would say both were 7 out of 10. They were good games, generally good games. And I would say that SimCopter, Sim Golf, Sim Theme Park, and Sim Coaster all were horrible games that varying a little bit, but basically they were all 3 out of, maybe not really totally horrible, but there are 3 out of. I think Sim Coaster in particular was, I don't know, some wouldn't actually like, to be a little fair about it, maybe it wasn't horrible, but it was bad. I would say 3 out of 10, 3 out of 10 for SimCopter, a 3 out of 10 for Sid Meier's Sim Golf, 3 out of 10 for Sim Theme Park, and a 3 out of 10 for Sim Coaster. I can barely say that one. It's 3 out of 10 instead of 2 out of 10, but I think that other people would think that's at least a little better than 2 out of 10. Um, I mean, it had some kind of value to it. I just couldn't get into it personally, but I can imagine that most people would like it. At least kids. At least kids would like it. Okay, so those are my ratings. I played them all. I I didn't beat them. I didn't beat any of them except for SimCity 3000, and I beat and I won the Sim Safari. I'm not sure if you get to an end. I think it was just a simulation thing where there was no end, but I can't remember. As far as I remember vaguely, it probably won. Forget if there was an end to it, but I think it's the kind of game there's no end to, if I'm not mistaken. But if there was, I beat it. SimCity 3000 and Sim Safari, but the others I didn't beat because I couldn't stand playing anymore. They were bad games, 3 out of 10. But SimCity 3000 and Sim Safari were 7 out of 10. They were good games. So, yeah, 2005, I think I said it was, whatever I said it was before. Yeah, so Sim Mania is the 6 different Sim games. The Sims, like The Sims, um, like just playing The Sims, The Sims 3 or something like that, where you have a family and you have a house and mansions and yards and you simulate life kind of thing. And The Sims Medieval and stuff like that. All those I didn't play. I didn't play any of The Sims. Just the plain The Sims. But these particular The Sims games I did, and my ratings. Okay, so on to the next game, Riven. Riven is just like Myst, and it's a puzzle kind of game. Puzzle, mystery. I think it's a mystery also. The sequel to Myst. And it takes a genius, or at least a very smart person, to play it and to actually beat it. I never beat Myst. I played Myst. I didn't beat it. Riven, I can't remember if I played it or not, but I certainly didn't beat it if I did. And I would say it's a 7 out of 10 if you're good enough. I don't want to say that it's a bad game or an okay game because it got visual appeal. It was interesting. Um, so I would say it's a 7 out of 10 overall. To be fair about it, even though I didn't personally get into it. Um, but yeah, they were good with the visual quality and the puzzles were good, but even though too hard for me. Um, yeah, so 7 out of 10. And I may or may not have played Ribbon, but I didn't beat it. If I did, and 7 out of 10. And it's 19. Ribbon is 1998, made by Brother Bun Software Incorporated. 1998. Okay. So this is a sealed game. PC Gamer presents Medieval Total War Gold Edition. Also Windows Vista compatible. Expansion pack. Viking Invasion 95%. PC Gamer review score. Issue 132. PC Gamer is a magazine. So issue 132. That's what it's referring to. The 132nd magazine from PC Gamer. To Medieval is the king of strategy games. Yeah, it's a real-time strategy, RTS. Medieval Total War Gold Edition. Okay, so to PC DVD-ROM, only DVD compatible. PEGI 12 plus for the rating age range. Not mature some games. So year, let's see here. 2005. Okay. And I didn't play it. I did not play it. And of course I didn't beat it because I didn't play it. And then my rating of it would be, because based upon the videos, just based upon YouTube videos I've seen, would be 8 or 9 out of 10. Not sure which one. I'm unsure about that. Heard a few complaints. Yeah, your real-time strategy is pretty niche. I would say it's a 9 out of 10. It's an excellent game. But by no means perfect, I would say, is because, well, mainly because I'm not interested in that as much as the mixed genre turn-based strategy and first-person shooter, which I don't think exists, and somebody needs to make that. Except for this one game on Steam I heard called Avatron. There's one or two more, but they're low quality. They generally don't do a good job. Well, they're not turn-based strategy. It's actually real-time strategy mixed with first-person shooter, and that actually doesn't work. With Avatron, it's proof that it doesn't work. So you really have to have turn-based strategy. It's a sad truth. Real-time strategy just doesn't work with the first-person shooter aspect. It makes it where it's not useful to have first-person shooter. But if you had turn-based strategy, I think you could make a use out of it. Where part of it's not real-time, meaning the turn-based strategy, and part of it's real-time, which is the first-person shooting mode that you go into every so often whenever certain troops land and do battle, or if it's intergalactic battle or whatever like that. Okay, so Europa Universalis 3. All right, so Europa Universalis 3. PCCD. (2007). Okay, one of my newer games, Europa Universalis 3. It's not sealed. I played this game, the software itself. Yeah, so 2006 it says on the disc. 2007 it says on the box, I think it was. So 2006 or 2007, Europa Universalis 3 strategy game, turn-based strategy game. I liked it. I would say it's not an excellent game, but it was a good one. So I played it, I beat it, and it was 7 out of 10. Good game. replayability is just not there, like say. Unlike Descent or Doom, I don't think the replayability is there, but that's just me maybe, but that's my opinion. But that's how I felt about it. The replayability is just not there. Once I beat it, I never wanted to play it. Maybe one more time, but certainly not more than that. And I played that game right around 2011 or so when I played it. Somewhere right around there. And so Europa Universalis 3, though, it's a 2006/2007 game. Yeah, so I played it, I beat it, I liked it, 7 out of 10, generally a good game. Okay, so moving on to, this is a sealed game, another sealed game, one of the relatively few that are sealed. It's not considered as popular, though, or as valuable, but to most people anyways. But it's when we get into the children's games now, except for the Xenon. But this one is PC CD-ROM. It's Transformers Paint and Create. Fun Club, the fun starts here. Yeah, so Transformers Paint and Create. And customize your own cool Transformers gear. Create bookmarks, calendars, cards, door hangers, flyers, masks, party kits, postcards, posters, stationery, and t-shirts. T-shirts. Oh, okay. Well, design and color your Transformers pictures quickly and easily for installation instructions. See inside. FocusMM.co.uk. So it's one of these British kind of programs. Colors spelled the British type of way. Okay, so the copyright. It's a sealed game. You can't see the copyright on the outside, so I don't know what it is. There's some fine print that's so fine I can't read it. And I have 20/20 vision. It's just a little too small. Isn't that funny? But you know what I think I see, though? I'll take a best guess. Okay, looks like it's a 2000. It's a 2000. Best guess is 2008 or 9. So somewhere around 2008 or 9. Not sure what that last number was, but it looks like a copyright symbol in 2000 something. And it looks like 2009. So. Okay, so moving on to the Xenon game. Xenon game! #1 European arcade hit. It's an arcade type of game, top-down shooter. No leveling, it's just one. You can't move the camera views around. Just straight, exact top-down. Not at an angle like an RPG. No leveling. It's just a top-down shooter. And it's a 2D side-scroller. But you're side-scrolling kind of going along upwards or northbound, all the time. And you have this small little area to move left and right, like Space Invaders. But it's scrolling. It's constantly scrolling because it's animating the idea that you're in a spacecraft shooting down at things, and you go along. So that's a good concept, but in practice, it was a horrible game. It's a 2 out of 3. I played it. I didn't beat it. No one can. I don't think anybody can. I think it's impossible. I mean, I literally never heard of anybody beating this game. And here's what it looks like. Xenon. European arcade hit. Mastertronic, I think, is the company that probably made it. And see if I can find a year. IBM PC 5.25-inch discs. The fast-moving, vertically scrolling strategic shoot 'em up that never lets you catch your breath. Yeah, it's stupid. It's impossible. Pilot your ground space hovercraft or fighter jet, Peru, 4 sectors, and 16 zones of obstacles, rewards, and intelligent aliens. The thinking man shoot 'em up. Highly addictive. Well, I know it's somewhere around 1990, but I have to find the exact year. 5 1/4 inch disc. Alright. I found out that it's a 1989 game. 1989 says right there. I don't think you can actually read that, but maybe, just maybe you can. That's what it says in the fine print on the disc. 1989. Xenon. Horrible game, 2 out of 10. I played it, I didn't beat it. Hated it. Now, moving on. Not a sealed game. Yeah, it's a 5 1/4 inch. It's 5 1/4 inch disc. So some people might like it, but I hate it. It's too hard. Mainly that's why. I'll get to that here. Okay, so rest of the kids' games. Star Flyers. Royal Jewel Rescue. www.starflyersworld.com. The Learning Company, ages 5 through 8. Windows and Macintosh version 1.0. Not sure what they mean by Windows version 1.0, but whatever. Mac has their thing I don't know about because I'm sticking to Windows. I have some, but little experience. Very little experience with Mac computers and Apple computers and smartphones and stuff like that. So you know. The public school I had some experience on, just for a few minutes, on an Apple Mac. I would say it's not a whole lot different because Windows kind of copied them, so they do what they do. It's a little different, you know, how you go through the menu system and stuff like that. A little different. But anyways, okay, so the Amazing Spider-Man Creative Studio, great going, fantastic comics. Copyright 2007. Never played it, never beat it. I mean, it's just a creative thing. I don't think you beat it. And my rating of it, I just don't know what it's like. I would say it's okay, because I don't know. But just by looking at it, I kind of get a feeling it's a 5 out of 10. It's okay. And so is the Reading Adventure and this Star Flyers. They're 5 out of 10 also. Never played them. Never. Reading Adventure. Never played them, never will. I'm too old, you know, this kid stuff. But resume writer, individual resume maker. I think I had that program many years ago, and it's okay. It's I'd say it's a okay program, not particularly good, but I would say it's a 6 out of 10. It's not. There's probably better resume programs out there these days. It's very niche, you know. But nowadays, maybe there's so many different formats, and this is a little limited in the amount of information that the internet has these days. It's so vast. So I would say, yeah, it's a 6 out of 10. I used it, you know, a little bit, and I made a resume out of it, or yeah, at least a partial resume. I mean, a theoretical one. I don't have experience back then, so couldn't really make one. But whatever I kind of could type out, practicing, I kind of did. anyways, it's okay. It was 6 out of 10. The year on that? You want a year on that, probably? Let me see. Okay, so this is word processing. It says it does word processing, not just a resume writer. Guided letter system. Features include guided letter system, activities journal, appointment scheduler, tutorial and online help, word processor, interviewing tips, supports laser printers, and satisfaction guaranteed. Individual's Resume Maker is a multi-purpose software program that formats your resume automatically. Easy to use, on-screen information forms help you turn out winning resumes with ease. With Resume Maker, your next career move and job search will be much more rewarding and successful. Well, like I said, it's just okay. It's not particularly good. The ultimate job hunting tool, Individual's Resume Maker. Individual Software Incorporated made the program. They're in San Carlos, California, or at least they used to be. Not finding the year. I know it's back somewhere around 1989, but 5 1/4 and 3 1/2 inch disc. Like it's about a 286. It's probably more like 1986. This could be my oldest program that I have, but it isn't a game. There we go, 1989. I think that became visible. Anyways, trust me, it's 1989. And there's 5 1/4 inch disc and 3 1/2 inch disc. I'm going to break all these open without an explanation, just so you can see the inside of the computer games and this program after I get done explaining all this. 2 more programs to go, by the way. Almost done. Okay, so we got 2 sets of this Microsoft Windows Flight Simulator 2000 Professional Edition. 2 sets of these discs, because I think one of them, the case cracked, and I had bought another copy, or maybe it was the disc. So between the 2 sets, there's a full set of working discs for sure about this. I'm mostly sure I tested it out too to know that. Not 100% sure, but that I tested it out. But 99.9% sure it does work, because there's 2 different sets. Only one of them kind of cracked or had a little spill. And I think it was just mostly the case and not the actual disc. I can't see any cracks anymore, but that's what I remember vaguely. This is now 4 years ago that happened. But yeah, it's all been corrected because there's 2 different sets. And there's disc 3 here. Disc 1 and 2 there. At least this set is complete, and I don't see any cracks or major scratches on these discs. Okay. So the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000 Professional Edition. I did not play it. I did not fly with it. This simulation of choice for pilots or the simulation of choice for pilots and serious aviation enthusiasts. Okay, so needless to say, it's a 2000 game, you know, and title year, I did not play it. It's not a game; it's a simulation. Can't beat it. And my rating of it, based upon YouTube videos I've seen, it's better graphics than Windows 98. It's generally is good quality, I think. Playability or the simulation quality, I think this is good. Maybe slightly better, but can tell. Very excellent. I mean, it's excellent. I don't know, perfect or near perfect. I couldn't tell that there was anything better about the simulation quality. Only the graphic quality. There's a choice of airplanes, I think, that are different or more or something like that compared to Windows. I mean, not Windows, but Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. And so my rating, I think, of based on the videos I've seen and my experience with the other Microsoft Flight Simulator 98, which I have flown with and played with or flown with, you know, and simulated flying. And that would be says 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 maybe. But yeah, it's really hard to tell because there's so much to it. Maybe a little too much. I would say for the average person, it would be an 8 out of 10. And I would say for me, it's an 8 out of 10 because they have harder controls. I think even harder for this professional edition. But if you're up for the challenge, then I think you would consider it a 9 out of 10, or maybe a 10 out of 10. But I think it's an 8 out of 10. A very good game, though. Very good simulation, I should say, based on the YouTube videos and reviews I've seen. Okay, so that's Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000. Okay, so moving on to Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. As real as it gets. So this game, or I mean this simulation, this flight simulator, is back in, needless to say, it's 1998, you know, it's a 1998 game. And Microsoft Flight Simulator 98 is real as it gets. 1998. I flew in it, played it, what have you, simulated with it. I liked it. It's not so entertaining, so, you know, I wouldn't say it's a 10 out of 10 because of that, but I would say it's a 9 out of 10. You do have some little obstacle courses that can be interesting. And the choice, but I think the choice is a little lacking, so it's not perfect because other than those two things, it's no real entertainment value, plus it's lacking on the choice of different things to fly with. And I don't know that I had any helicopters in it, just airplanes, as far as I remember. Maybe one helicopter, but I don't remember that. And I think the other one, the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000, actually had at least one, maybe two helicopters, 2 or 3 helicopters in it. But Microsoft Flight Simulator 98 did not have any helicopters in it, as far as I remember. And many years ago, I flew in it, you know, with it. So yeah, it's a 9 out of 10. Excellent game. Excellent simulator. Excellent simulation. But not perfect because it's not very entertaining and it's lacking in choice of the different aircraft or vehicles to fly in or with. Okay, so that's the last one. I'm done. Thanks for hanging in with me here in these reviews. I'm actually having to do a little more just to show you the inside. And I'm going to break them open Okay, this is the open box part of the video, and all these posters that you see up on the walls came out of the boxes and they go with the games, and none of them are separate from the games, and you get them all the posters and everything you see here. To make a note, I did find there's one game that doesn't seem to be here unless it's on some kind of backup disc that's not properly labeled. I don't have it anymore, and that's Heart of China. Heart of China is the game that I don't seem to have anymore. The disc, I can't find any of the discs. At least there's not the original discs for it. So, but it might be on some backup 3.5-inch disc, I'm thinking, but it's not labeled. I didn't see it labeled anywhere, so probably not there. I probably don't have it, but that's the only game out of somewhere around 50 games. The exact number I'll put in the description below. Below this video, I'll put in the description. Start with that, the fact of how many games and how many programs that are non-games, and I'll be figuring that out later. But yeah, to show you all these open boxes and to give you a brief explanation here and there, whenever there's a few things I think I maybe should explain in depth, but most of the explaining part of the videos I did before, earlier. Okay, so the posters, actually I'll give you a brief look at everything, including the posters, then I'll get a closer look and explain a few things here and there. Okay, so from left to right. Okay, so back around, left to right. Hey, actually, I'm going to do this right to left because that was the order I remember I was opening them in, actually. So I'll start with Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. I don't need to explain anything about that. There's Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000 Professional Edition. You can see all the discs there. There's 3 discs. Middle one doesn't have 2 on each side. It's just three discs. Each container, they're the same program. It's the Spider-Man booklet inside the cover. You can make posters and t-shirts, flyers. I think it was t-shirts. I'll show you all the discs are there with all these programs. Like I said, Heart of China is the only one that didn't have any disc. All the discs are there for every other program. That's a resume maker disc. There's a lot of them. There's a word processing program and a resume maker in one. Xenon. That's the Total War RTS real-time strategy game. Medieval Total War, I believe it's called, or Total War Medieval. Yeah. The back of it. Book for the Europa Universalist 3. Book for Revan. Disc for Revan. Mania disc for that. And there's a few more. There's a few more discs. Sim Mania over here. The other 3 games. Sim Safari, Sim City 3000. Sim Theme Park. Sim Theme Park. Sim Theme Park. Over there. I think that's a Sim Theme Park. Extras. Bonus disc for extra stuff. Okay. That's the Terminator 3 game. Yeah, this is a King's Quest V. The 3.5-inch floppy disk for that game and booklets, and this is where I wanted to explain some things. So we'll begin with this one. This is a neat little book that no other game here has. No other game that I have, anyways. It's a little code window viewer, adventure window they call it, but without this you can't properly read it or easily read what the print on the hidden print on here. It's hard to read as possible. It's easy to read with this. It's easy to read with the adventure window though that Sierra has. And without it, that's what it looks like. So you can see how hard it is to read. It's pretty much impossible without this. And it's a booklet, for King's Quest V. Okay, so wanted to tell you about these two other booklets. Here's an example picture, one of the most frequented places in King's Quest V, or one of the most memorable places, anyways. As far as I remember that place. Seems like I can't get a good focus on text that close. But yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, I wanted to explain this next booklet. 10th anniversary is what it says right there. New products. I don't know if they're Sierra's still in business. I don't think they are. But they were for many years. Back in the 1900s. Frogger in the lower right corner. Time zone. Upper left corner. Yeah, I wanted to talk. That's the one thing in this booklet I wanted to say about. It's Terror in the year 2000. So they were off by 1 year. This code name Iceman game. Yeah, hostile nation holds the life of an innocent man in their grasp. A waiting world listens for word of war. A nuclear attack sub runs silently eastward for a rescue operation. Or a residue with death. Of the nuclear attack sub. One man can make the difference. Codename Iceman. Undersea action. Dive into danger. Yeah, it's weird. Submarine nuclear holocaust stuff. That's not how it went. It was different than that. But okay, so the colonials bequest. You want to be a hero? Hero's Quest. Remember my brother playing that one, Hero's Quest. It's one of my favorite games. Probably 10th place though. But it was an RPG game. So I forget if it had leveling or not, but it was an adventure game at least. And Hero's Quest, kind of like King's Quest, but it's much different in the sense that there's a lot more battling in Hero's Quest than King's Quest. King's Quest, you solve puzzles and just it's hard to explain, but it's different. It's not as violent. Kind of why it says the whole family can enjoy it. But okay, so Manhunter. What are you doing after the invasion? I don't know the story behind that. But anyways, doesn't look too interesting. Action games, a short history of Sierra and Japanese games. Because these are all pixelated, 1900s, games. Pixelated, 256 or 16 colors games, not the millions of colors we have these days. So, much different like that. Okay, so some money, music cards. Circuit boards basically look the same, these days. For the last century. Free demo tape. Yeah, so tape, music demo cassette. Free entertainment software when you order from Sears. Let's 5 back cover. Okay, so on to let me show you more about this booklet right here about the alchemy. 2004 new levels. It's about level editing. Watt Author Doom Shell 5 wadded graphics library book. So this is the book. It's about level editing and new levels that are pre-made or made by other players, maybe. I'm not sure about other players, but there are thousands of levels. Okay, so more twisted levels and hellish horror. Right. about the Doom guy with the pistol. The middle picture is probably a monster there on the floor. Yeah. Techniques for editing and testing. One. Here's an example of how pixelated some games got back then. The monster, picture of a monster and an explosion to the right. Or is either that or it's the fire from the plasma rifle or gun or something like that. Okay. Alright. So on with the rest of them. I'm gonna go up here first and show you these games. Descent. Here's the disc for Descent Anniversary Edition. This is the one I'm actually the only game I'm gonna open up that's not already opened up because it's a special way of opening this game up. Descent 3 that no other game has, even though some of them are a little unique. This one's the craziest I've ever seen in my life. A little bit difficult. Okay, so wish I had a table here. I don't actually have a table. I'm just gonna use this. Okay, so first have to there's Descent 3. And if you open it up this way, it's Descent 3 Mercenary. So, which is an extra expansion kind of thing. Descent 3. But there's, well, how you open it up is just you just simply have to just open the ends up. But you can't actually open it up just to get at the disc. You just have to open the ends up to get at the disc. You open it up like that just to see the description that it has. Okay, so the discs are there. I already checked it out before. And I play these discs. I know they play. Guaranteed they play. This one. So There are two. There are two, yeah. There are two discs here. And this is the second one. Disc one, the other one was disc two. The Descent 3, disc 2. That black one was the first disc. Two discs for Descent 3. This is an ad for another game, Free Space 2. Yeah. You open it up like this. Disc 1 and 2, this side just says artwork only. The left side, artwork only. Okay, so I gotta show you the disc for Mercenary, Descent Mercenary. Descent Mercenary, it should be the same. Where you open it up at the end. And yes, it is the same. Okay, now this one has a case though. This jewel case comes on out of there. Okay. Descent 3 Mercenary. It's just one disc for this. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna put this Yeah, it's an expansion pack to the award-winning Descent 3. Okay, so already explained about Descent 2 and Descent. Now about the Crescent Hawkesbury van. No, oh yeah, that wasn't sealed. Yeah, these papers are the Crescent Hawkesbury van. Choose your weapons well. Hearth of Power, Battle with the Best. Or, I think that says Hearth. It's a picture of a Mac. BattleTech order for different games from a company called BattleTech. They're fast, the corporation. Probably one's a publisher and the other's the programmers or game makers. So, quantity, order code, title, BattleTech, MechWarrior role-playing game, CityTech, Aerotech, Battle Force. So I'm not going to read them all, but you can see there's tons of different games there. Low quality by today's standards. These are books, just books. You cost about $10. Books. Okay, so I have a Crescent Hawk's Revenge booklet. I could show you a little bit inside there for a second. BattleTech discs are all there. There's one 3.5-inch disc because the 3.5-inch disc can take for the data the same, can store the same amount of data as 4 or 5.25-inch disc. 3.5-inch can store. Actually, I think there's two. There's two of them, right? So two for every one 3.5-inch disc, it stores the equivalent of two 5.25-inch discs. At least those. I think when the later on they were double sided or double layered or something like that, and they could actually store four 5.25-inch discs on one 3.5-inch disc. But I think that was a later technology for that, and that still was very limited by today's standards. Anyways, back in the day, many years ago in the 1900s, late 1900s, that was considered pretty good storage capability. But okay, so next game's Test Drive 3. One of the most unique things inside the box that Test Drive 3 had. Tracks, card pictures, probably some stuff about how to play the game. This thing's a key to get inside the game. It's a wheel. At first I liked it, but once you have to keep doing it to keep getting in the game, it gets to be irritating if you play the game often, which is not the kind of game you'd probably play often, but But yeah, you have to match up certain keys to certain cars. Ferrari, and then there's like this key would match up with that other key for Ferrari, for instance, or Jaguar and all this other stuff. I'm not sure if they matched up or you had to have two different keys. But then there's a number, and then that number is the code, 4-digit number you have to type in to the computer to get into the game. And it gives you a little pop quiz question that's based upon this wheel to give you the number to get in the game. So they'll show you a key symbol or one or two key symbols, and tell you the car and say what's the code for it. And then you have to have this wheel to know that. This says enables joystick at the top there. There. Not very readable because the focus is a little bit off, but all the discs are there for test drive. 3, 5 1/4 inch disc, and 2 3.5 inch disc. The back of the Need for Speed game, special edition. Jewel case and the booklet. Monster Truck Madness, Microsoft ad for game, I believe. Kind of like an off-roading. And then phone number for help, and the picture of the Need for Speed game there. We got the disc for Comanche 3, or I mean Comanche 4, and Search and Rescue 4, the back cover. It's a sealed game, so that's why I didn't open that one up. Then there's the box for Comanche 3, and the disc for Comanche 3. Yeah, and so this paper here is for your keyboard layout, space bar, and all this other stuff for Comanche 3. They show a joystick, but frankly, oh wait a minute, that's not the Need for Speed. I thought I was still on the Need for Speed for a second there. I forget what game I was talking about for a second there. Yeah, so Comanche 3, a joystick. Of course, you need that. The helicopter simulation game. This one is a product catalog booklet from Electronic Arts. This PC Entertainment Catalog 1999 in the upper right corner. Probably can't see it. Oh, I'll bring it out so you can see it. There's Wing Commander Prophecy, the last in the Wing Commander series, the only game in the series I don't actually have. Ultima. Not sure if that was the original Ultima or not. Fleet Command. I think I might have missed a game or two. No. I think I showed you everything. Let's see. This one at the beginning is fighter pilot, ready, aim, fire. It's about what a jet fighter 2 looked like, a little bit worse maybe. Yeah, but it's basically just as playable. Motor Racer 2. I actually have that. I think I showed you the disc before. If not, I'll show you it in another 12 dozen or so down the line. Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. NAD. Alright. 1999 product catalog. Okay, and then this is box for Wing Commander 3. That's the box for Wing Commander 4. Full disc for Wing Commander 3. So I already went over those. I'm showing you Wing Commander 4 now. These are the discs for Wing Commander 4. The disc case, they're all there. In the back of the case. Victory Streak book. Another product catalog. All the discs for Wing Commander 2. The box for Wing Commander 2. And then this is the original Wing Commander. Original Wing Commander Tiger's Claw capital ship that you carrier space carrier that you fly out of as a fighter pilot. The discs for the original Wing Commander. They're all there. 3 discs. Back cover of the original Wing Commander game. Actually, this is the box for secret missions too. But it is the original Wing Commander expansion. But yeah, that's the original Wing Commander box right there. Opened up. These are Wing Commander posters. Came out of the original Wing Commander box. That was the original Hornet. The Hornet. And I'll say this Rapier for the other spacecraft, for the other fighter. Rapier, but that one's the Hornet. Over here I have the other 2 fighters. Or did I say Rapier? That was a Raptor over to the left. The Rapiers are right here. That's one of my favorite fighters of all time. The Rapier. Wish I could get that to focus a little better, but okay, you can see. That's the scimitar. It's not such a great one. I don't like it personally anyways. I'm showing you all the posters actually right now. President Hawk's Revenge. So, goes with the President Hawk's game, actually. Even though there's a lot of posters with this President Hawk's Revenge, it's not really the best game. I thought it was just okay, really, but now this other poster to my left over here belongs to this other mech game that's a lot newer, called, and it's not a turn-based strategy, it's real-time strategy. It's called Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance poster. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. Alright, that was all the posters. Now, I think I went through all the Wing Commander games, and this Nox Revenge paper, just So, 2 Weeks to Live came out of one of the Wing Commander games. It's a movie, it's a DVD movie. The only computer program that's not really computer software. It's the only digital item that's not computer software. It's a DVD movie, 2 Weeks to Live. Black and white, I think it's a black and white on DVD. I think it's a comedy is what it is. Alright, so Airborne Ranger. Oh, this is a Wing Commander. Quick start guide or something like that. Joystick and keyboard commands. The original Wing Commander. And this right here is the Airborne Ranger. That's what the game looked like. It was just basic. But it was okay. This is my oldest game back in 1987, if I'm not mistaken. Airborne Ranger, the oldest game. Yeah. All the discs are there. Also, there's, other than the Airborne Ranger, there's extra games. There's on 5.25-inch disc there. There's Civil War Battle, Big Three, Ultimate World Empire, Sea Battle, Monopoly, and Civil War Strategy. You can see. Okay. This is the back cover, the Airborne Ranger. That's the front of the box. That's the back of the box. That's the front of the box. The box is open, so have it open. Yes. And there's just this paper on top is about keyboard commands and where your keyboard would match up to. Cut here for new style keyboard only is what it says. Right there, in that part. Yeah. There's another paper that goes with the game. Match up to your keyboard. And this, I guess I'll show you. These are the pictures for where the world is Carmen Sandiego. I'll skip to the middle area of this room and show you those games. Acme Control Center is what it says at the top there. All the 3.25, all the 3.5-inch discs are there. Now the Airborne the Empire Deluxe, there's the disc for it, there's the book for it, the box. It is a strategy game, the Empire Deluxe, turn-based strategy. There wasn't a real-time strategy back in the 1900s. Divinity 2 booklet and disc. M for mature PC. Yeah, none of these are for Mac. There's nothing for Mac. Okay. So over in the center, that's what there was. It's Divinity 2, A10 Tank Killer, A10C Warthog is actually the name of that one. Okay, Empire Deluxe. The disc and where in the world is Carmen San Diego? Another postcard picture of her in the Amazon jungle. Very dangerous place that Amazon is. Now moving on to the Master Ryan games. Master Ryan 2 Battle at Antares. Instruction manual. Box for it. Original one I think I had over there. Behind that paper. And then there's the third Master Ryan. There's the booklet for it. Box is in the corner. Those are the two discs for Master Ryan 3 and the booklet for Master Ryan 3. You have the same galaxy twice. It's usually Master Ryan Games is actually referring to another game. Galactic Civilizations or something like that. I've never played that one. Galactic Civilizations. And that's not here. It's not one of these games. Okay, so Motor Racer 2 is what you're looking at here. Disc 4, just one disc. This is Dungeon Siege 1 and 2 discs. There's 3 discs, but the other one was labeled number 1 behind it. Didn't play Dungeon Siege. I don't have any review or any idea about that. So, but it's there. Same thing with these extra games. I don't know about all these extra games beyond this green colored disc, the Airborne Ranger. All these others I've never played and I don't have any opinion on. Except that they're probably low quality. But I don't know. I don't know that they're low quality for sure, but they probably are. All the discs, they came out of the Dynamics A10. There's Doom. The original Doom, the Ultimate Doom, has some extra levels, but it's the original Doom. And then there's the Alchemy, which is the level editor. For Doom 2, Heretic, and Hexen. Yeah, so. And Tank Killer. That was the box for the 3-pack Dynamic sample. 3 complete games. And Tank Killer manual, Stellar 7 manual. And like I said at the beginning of the video, I do not have Heart of China. But this is the disc for A10 Tank Killer, the 5¼ inch disc for A10 Tank Killer. A10. And then the blue colored ones are Stellar 7. And there's a backup disc for Stellar 7 on the 3½ inch disc. Okay, so there's this poster, the multi-way to play. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Okay, so moving on to Microsoft Freelancer. Failure is not an option. This is the disk for Microsoft Freelancer. Case and this booklet for Microsoft Freelancer. Love the design of this book. It's a very good game for its time. Yeah, not much in the book. Too interesting. Now to wrap this up, I got about a dozen more games and then I'll be done. Some of these programs, operating system, drivers, and instruction manuals for stuff like the mouse and what have you, all up in that area, packed up, piled up, you know. And then that's a GeForce driver CD, installation and information CD. It's a drivers. I'm pretty sure it has drivers. It's a driver CD for the video card. GeForce video card. Very old GeForce 2 MX, GeForce 4 MX, and GeForce FX. Pile of 3.5-inch disc. Lots of them there. 3.5-inch disc there. That's probably a driver disc for the CD-ROM. It's on a 3.5-inch disc. Okay, so wondering about that. So these two games are sealed. Yep, following me. This game is sealed on the side. I think that's where it was sealed. So unopened. So open up the Star Trek games because they're sealed. Okay, I'm not going to show you that. But Mountain Blade wasn't sealed. There's the disc for it. Star Wars Dark Forces. Can't say it was my favorite game, even though it was a perfect game. But I would say it's one of my favorite games. I would say it's probably number 2. Hard to say. Descent was my favorite game, but anyway, the replayability of Descent 3 especially was there. Kind of any of the Descent, even the original Descent had a lot to it. Yeah, very good game. Perfect game for what it was. For its niche. Star Wars Dark Forces manual coded transmissions. LucasArts symbol there in the lower right corner. That's the book for Star Wars Dark Forces. Then there's Star Wars Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight, and the disc for that, and the inside cover. Star Wars Dark Forces disc, the inside cover. And the inside cover for Supreme Commander Forged Alliance, real-time strategy game. and the disc for Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. And Tomb Raider sealed. I'm not gonna open that. It's sealed. Supreme Commander, the original Supreme Commander booklet for it, and then East India Company and the disc for that one disc. DVD or CD for that. I think it's a DVD. Okay, so that was it. One last look left to right. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did, or more than. And this look at old and ancient desktop, or old and ancient video games, and most of them are computer games or PC games, Microsoft/IBM compatible. And one of them was a movie, The 2 Weeks to Live, comedy. So next I'm going to show you the desktop computer, and all these games in the desktop computer are for sale for $100,000 again, depending on how I feel and my just what I think about the value of all these games, programs, the movie, and the ancient desktop computer. Well, I actually found the Heart of China game. Still not all the discs for the Jet Fighter 2 game. Just this one disc over here. Jet Fighter 2. Serial number, and it doesn't say this is disc 1 of something. Yeah, other than this number 1 right there. But I guess that is the number 1. Alright, so. But I do have all the discs for, what should be all the discs for Heart of China and the books too. This isn't its own box. This is a box from a day spa. Some kind of day spa. Alright. I'll show you a Heart of China game. You can see it says Heart of China. And CD is a backup disc. The China game. It's just a backup disc. CD, DVD maybe. It's probably CD. Yeah, so. Let me open it up. See, these are all the discs. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 discs. 7 5 1/4 inch discs for Heart of China from Dynamics, a company called Dynamics. And these are the books. Travel guide and control documentation. So let's show you the travel guide first. So you're not going to be fed in Paris, France if you are speaking English in a French restaurant. I don't know why they say that, but I was reading that for a second there myself. Okay, so Paris and Orient Express. Significance of Turkish headgear. So this whole thing's a travel guide. I was actually in Paris, France as a boy. I don't know if that's true or not, that the waiter's gonna have you wait for hours for your meal, but it felt like hours. Probably was 1 hour. Yeah, so this isn't Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. This is a game called Heart of China, so that's why the table of contents only has those places, mostly in Asia. So the travel guide. Notes on the. Alright, so I'm gonna show you this Heart of China control documentation book. Or just a few pages of it, really. I'll just show you a few pages. This quick reference card, it opens up in the middle. This paper folds out. One time I think you're in a tank, but most of the game you don't drive any tank. But I think for a few minutes, though, a half an hour, they do kind of guide you up in there. Well, anyways, Amiga loading instructions. Copying Heart of China into a hard drive. Self-booting from Workbench. CLI from Workbench from CLI. Amiga specific note. This is like an inventory window. This is a character window. Yeah, maybe to the right, character. This is gameplay instructions of how to play the game. A lighthearted romantic adventure in the mold of movies, such as Romancing with Stone or Raiders of the Lost Ark. Heart of China is far removed from the standard fantasy or sci-fi plots of most computer games. Instead of Heart of China was designed to take you on a whirlwind, globe-spanning adventure that captures the flavor and romance of exotic locations and characters. To achieve this goal, we had to accomplish both technical and design breakthroughs. Well, that was back in 1990, so we're right around there. Yeah, this is, actually it's 1991. I'll be right, it's 1991. It's back in 1991. The back of the book says it's not really readable close. I don't have that kind of zoom level on this camera, but that's okay. Those are the two books that come with Heart of China. That's pretty much it. Yeah, so on to showing you my ancient desktop computer. Okay, this is the ancient desktop PC section of the video. There it is. It's an A+ brand desktop computer, mini tower. The specs are listed in the description. Show you the back now. Power supply is at the top. Top back. Two different male and female types of connectors for the power supply. And I forget the wattage of the power supply, but I believe it's somewhere around 350 to 400 watts. So it's a pretty low wattage power supply by today's standards anyways. Back then it was standard. They usually didn't have much higher back then. This desktop computer is roughly 1999. Running Windows XP now, but it used to run Windows 98. I'm not sure what this first card is. This is the connector for the keyboard, right there, to left. Connector for the keyboard. There's another connector for the keyboard. Is that a mouse connector? I think that might be the mouse actually. Converter cable though, from one type of connection, I forget what it's called, to the USB. I think that's what this cable is, the converter cable, because I got this USB at the other end of it. If I'm not mistaken, that's the cable. That's this. Yes, it is. So this is a converter cable right here from this type of connector to USB at this other end, and the converter is actually this end piece. The cable itself is really a different type of cable. I can't remember the name. I'm at a loss for words there. Forget the name of it, but coaxial is this type that has to do with the cable TV, but this is called something different. I can't remember what it was. By looking at it, you'll know what it is, but I can't remember. That might be a printer port, but I'm not completely sure. That first card on the top. These are for the circuit boards, such as sound card, video card, graphics card, and a modem, and what have you. That's what all this is, in case you don't know. Backside of every desktop computer has this, even the basic setup's the same. Yeah, so this is a USB printer type of card, I think. The one with the USB converter in. You can see. And below that, there's one little dark black type of connector. I'm not sure what that's for. I really don't know. Never used it. What I remember. And then there below that's a DVI. What looks like the video card. That white connector. And then to the right, and then to the left is a VGA, blue, color-coded connector. And then between that's a yellow connector I never used, but anyway. And then below that's a USB 1.0, I believe, USB port card. And then below that's the sound card, I believe, or the modem. Oh, the modem, yeah. Below that's the modem. To the right, you can see the connectors for the telephone lines, to the right. And then below that is the last card, or the lowest card is the sound card. That's where I have this converter cable from two left and right speaker ports to or sound channels to one connector that goes to a speaker system. That's usually a three-piece speaker system, subwoofer and two satellite speakers. All right, so there's like 4 different types of audio connecting ports, and then there's that's to the right and middle there, and then to the left there's a long type of connector. I don't know what that does, but I don't know if you can see it that well. But it's right there, and for the sound card, don't know what that is. I never used that port, but there's a few ports I just never used. I don't know what they're for, but yeah. So it's got a modem, video card, sound card, video. Well, it's also called graphics card. These two, same thing, and then. And it does have some onboard memory
It's either on the video card, it's 128 megabytes, or it's on the system RAM or system memory is 128 megabytes. Can't remember which, but I don't think they're both 128 megabytes. It's one or the other. But I'll look it up when I boot it up and see the specs, the BIOS or the operating system. I'll tell you more about it. Really, if I ever use these USB ports, we usually have a converter cable or adapter thing to make stuff work from some other port somewhere, you know. But I think that's hooked up properly for it to work. Windows XP started the thing where the operating system actually came with drivers. Windows XP started with the operating system of Microsoft Windows coming with drivers. And ever since Windows XP, I don't know if it was Service Pack 2 or 3, maybe. Mostly sure it was the first Service Pack. Excuse me. It came with it, and it was the kind of Microsoft Windows with the drivers that came with it. Before then, it was Windows 2000 or before. It never came with its own drivers, any of or very few. Maybe something. But nowadays, it comes with all the drivers, and they give you at least the basic type of driver to make stuff work basically, even if it's not a proper driver or the best driver software. I don't think you want to check 20 stickers, so this is trash. Anyways, I have some color-coded stickers if you want me to stick that on when you buy this desktop computer, this ancient desktop computer. But that's not necessary. But if you ever wanted color-coded things to help you connect certain wires to certain ports, I could do that and figure that out. And between my retired dad and I, we could figure out which port and which cable goes exactly where if you really wanted it laid out well. It doesn't have to be done if you wanted it done. But yeah, so the very bottom port is the sound card, and in the middle area there's the video card, and next to the bottom is that modem, is the modem for regular phone lines. It's probably 56K modem. It's at least 28K or something closer to 56K. It certainly isn't the old 9600 baud one. No, it's a lot better than that, but I don't think these days computers usually come with modems at all, but back then for many years around the turn of the century they did. But okay, so I think that's all I need to explain about this. I'll give you one last look at the back and move on to the gameplay. Get a better look, get a better view with the light shining on the back. So from the bottom up, again, it says the sound card, the modem, an empty slot, the USB card, the video card, an unknown card, the basically that's the peripheral card or a USB keyboard kind of card, some sort or another, and then above that is an unknown card. I don't know what that is either. I think that's a printer card.
circuit board card. But I'm really not totally sure the top card, you know. And above that's that connector. Left, again, the keyboard, non-USB, you know, keyboard connector. Serial port connector keyboard. I'm not sure if it's called serial port or not, but if I'm not mistaken, that's what it was called. Okay, so back then, and then above that's this power supply and power outlets. Part of it, it's right. Fan to the left now. So this is the keyboard. It works correctly. Just a basic unlit keyboard. It's turn of the century. It's old, and it's the original keyboard that came with this desktop, ancient desktop computer from A plus. Doesn't say brand name on the keyboard, but as far as I remember, it came with this desktop computer from this brand desktop called A plus. And I'll push this back so you can get a better view. Actually gonna show you just a little bit more before I go to the booting up and the gameplay section of this video. Okay, well lit front end. You can see to create a brand DVD drive at the top. That works. The Sony used to work, but didn't because it messed with the BIOS and took the safety off, which you can't possibly do anymore these days. But you can with this old. You can with this older one. It made harmful interference. I just did it because they suggested on the internet it might speed up my old desktop computer here. But I paid the price, and now the Sony CD drive, only CD, doesn't have DVD capability, or didn't used to. Well, it doesn't work anymore, the Sony CD drive. 52x read speed, 32x write, and then there's a 52x for rewrite, maybe, or something. This is it's the CDR-W drive, pretty sure. And then below that's that 3.5 inch. This other one is not another 3.5 inch. It's just basically a fake little looking port front end. Doesn't actually doesn't actually have anything that could push inside through this. This is all just a filler, you know. Nice looking. Problem working. Power button, and like you said, it's the power light, the turbo light, and the hard disk drive light below this power button. And then there's the turbo button, always leave that pushed in. And the reset button, which is like a reset button you have on game consoles to turn off and on the computer. But to properly do that without damage to the computer, you really have to use the switch instead. So don't ever use the reset button, just for safety's sake and longevity for this computer. Then there's a key lock, which has to do with locking the computer up. And I literally never use that. It's not useful enough. And I don't remember The key is I don't have a key anymore. So these new computers don't come with these key locks anyway, so I don't think you need this. You shouldn't want it, or you don't need a key for that key lock. It's not locked right now. You don't need to lock it ever. Okay, so that's the ancient desktop computer. Now on to the gameplay part of the video. Okay, this is the ancient desktop PC that I'm going to be turning on, booting up, starting up, booting up, turning on. Right now it's off. So turning on. It's all plugged in right now. It's an A+ brand desktop PC running Windows XP. Okay, I'm showing you the boot up process, what it does, how long it takes. It does a memory test because the BIOS software for the boot up startup process for the desktop PC is a certain type that does that memory test, but it also does other tests. They often did this last century on computers. Floppy disk fail. 40 is probably the error number. Floppy disk no longer works. It used to, and apparently it doesn't anymore. And this, even though there's no error, I know from the past experience. Several months ago, to a year ago, I had tried, and it's this IDE secondary slave Sony CDRW CRX 230 optical disk drive that no longer works. It's just a CD only drive, not a DVD also. So it's not as important as this creative that still works just fine. I'm going to show you the BIOS. Windows XP Home Edition, Microsoft Windows XP Home Edition. This is copyright 1985 through 2001. 800 by 600 is the resolution that it flashed at the top of the screen. I don't know if you could read that, so that's what I'm telling you. I got my name here. Microsoft Windows XP. It's the home edition of Microsoft Windows XP. Service Pack 1. Loading your personal settings. And there's the desktop. It's in the lower right corner like modern day computers do. This one's also loading all the stuff that it has in memory up. One's a music program, one's a volume control, others HP printer software, and the eye to the right near the 9:31 p.m. is the NVIDIA control panel software. Loads up in memory. Put my recycle bin in this corner. You can design or customize the desktop any way you like. I'll put just the system information command prompt in that upper right corner. Leave the center, top and bottom empty, and just put all my icons to the upper, middle, and lower left areas, the left of the screen. In there. And okay, I'm going to show you 3 programs, and to demonstrate that the computer works properly. First, I want to show you WordPad, that it opens up, and then the system information, and a little something in there, and then go into the computer spec, my computer icon that'll show the computer specs, and the device manager after that. Okay, so WordPad opens up. Keyboard works, you know. You can see, you know, just typing it on, just to show you the keyboard works, you know. And yes, every key does work. There's not a key that I know that doesn't work. It'll work. I can show you the lights work. All the numlock, caps lock, and scroll lock lights still light up. Caps lock, the numlock, and the scroll lock. I never use that one, but doesn't hurt to push it just to show you the light works. So the scroll lock on and off. They're all toggle buttons on and off. Okay, so let's close this word. I'm going to close this WordPad out, and Microsoft, this document WordPad. It's Microsoft WordPad. Okay, so the notepad, of course, opens up also. And I have Acrobat Reader 5.0. That's all you need on this whole ancient desktop PC here. I'll show you one of the PDFs that I have, if I have any. Don't remember. Well, I don't see anything. My documents. There are no PDFs to show you. Yeah, I don't have much on here. All files, my documents. I literally have no documents. Sample music. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I'm not opening at the right program. That's why that didn't work. Well, this D drive is not working either because this is an optical drive directory or folder, as you call it these days. But I don't have anything in the drive. I don't have a disk, a CD or DVD disk in the optical drive. So, of course, it can't open up a PDF. I have to find that disk, but trust me, it opens up, it works. I've done it before. So about Adobe Acrobat. It's Adobe Acrobat Reader 5.0, 5.0. Yeah, it's advertising for an old version. Anyways, yeah, I don't have any example PDFs to show you, but it does work. I've done it in the past. I think I was having a disk. In fact, I think that's what I was seeing before. I was seeing what I was seeing before was this one right here. As you can see, it's here. It's here for a reason. The reason I already opened up in the past. I just don't have that disk in the drive right now. But I'm not going to show you that. Just trust me, it works. What I'm going to show you that I'm going to put in the optical drive is these two games over here. I'll put the light on. There's Descent 3, Star Wars Dark Forces. I'm going to show you the USB joystick. Modern day USB joystick. Plus the hat, which whatever you call that top part. The joystick doesn't work properly. Up and down. Hat switch right here. Colored black, it's hard to see, but right there, I can see it now. Alright. Yeah, I got this fancy Yoda pin. You can have that too. Yeah, this is Descent 3 and Star Wars Dark Forces. I'll be showing you that a little bit later on. I might as well get the. Well, first I'll open up. I'll just put it in there now, but I'm not going in the program yet. Star Wars Dark Forces. Okay, so Lighting up works. Okay, so the next thing I want to show you is about the computer specs. System information. You know, the mouse cursor works, you can see that. The joystick will show you in a few minutes in Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. This joystick right here. It's plugged in. You can see. Going to the back. Going to the back. To the right of, it's right here. It's tucked up underneath this VGA cable. It's this one right here. Okay. I got it all hooked up. I got the keyboard, the power cable, keyboard cable, an extra cable that goes to this end that I don't have plugged into anything. And then there's the VGA cable, the joystick, the mouse, both next to each other, and that USB circuit card, port and circuit card. And then below that at the bottom is that audio cable, this sound card and the audio card. So that's what I have plugged in. Okay, so this I have this plugged into the new computer. Up underneath there, it's a Dell. I'm not going to show you that, but these are the speakers that are attached to this ancient desktop computer. The Creative brand. I don't know if you can read that. It says Creative on the bottom. Creative brand, same brand, same company made the speakers as the one that made this DVD drive, DVD and CD combo drive. Creative. The Creative company. Okay, so command prompt works. I mean, I'll just open that up to show you that it works. Goes into the DOS mode, MS-DOS or Microsoft DOS mode. So the C drive is the 8.5 gigabyte regular spindle type of hard drive. Of course, there's no SSDs in these 1900s kind of desktop computers. Okay, system information. I'm going to show you just one thing in the system information about the video card and the amount of memory and some other stuff that it's going to show. Of course, I'll also show you what this says. For the general, well, this is called system summary, general information, system summary. Okay, so items and values. You can pause the video right now. You'll be able to read all this if you want. Pause it again to read that. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to show you what I want to show you here about. There's conflict / sharing. I'll show you a few things. They say something about a conflict and resource, but this video, video and / audio, video / graphics card. The video, and that is a resource conflict, but it does work. The video / graphics card does work. So whatever's not working, maybe there is a conflict, and maybe that's why one of these other drives doesn't work. 3.5-inch floppy disk drive and that other optical disk drive, CD only, have optical from Sony, doesn't work. Okay, so what I wanted to show you is the components, really. The display. Over here, it's going to show all the neat stuff with the video card. It's an NVIDIA GeForce 4 MX4000 with 128 megabytes of adapter RAM for video cards / graphics card RAM, or video card / graphics card memory. Same thing. Random access memory, what RAM stands for. 800 by 660 hertz. Can scroll down here a bit. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the my computer specs. Hard disk drives. My computer. Yeah, hard disk drives, just a local disk C drive. That's the 8.5 gigabyte regular spindle type of hard drive. Then there's the devices with removable storage. That's the one optical drive that actually works, which is the Creative CD DVD drive. It's a DVD drive. CD DVD combo drive. It's a CD-ROM. It's really a DVD and CD-ROM drive. Okay, so don't know if it writes, but it at least reads both. Okay, files shared on this computer. Shared documents, day guest documents, and my documents. Okay, so yeah, so the A drive and the other optical disk drive doesn't work. The A drive being that floppy 3.5-inch floppy disk drive doesn't work anymore. It used to just a year ago or so. It doesn't anymore, and neither does that Sony, and that was 2 or 3 years ago that went out. The Sony CD drive, and that was the Sony stopped working because I messed with the BIOS and did something unsafe. This floppy disk drive just started working for no apparent reason. It was just old. It just stopped working. And this floppy disk drive was probably put in here from another computer. I'm pretty sure my dad did that. My father put an old floppy disk drive in here, and he didn't already have this in there. But I'm not completely sure he did that, but I'm mostly sure he did. Well, it doesn't work anymore, but what does work is the regular hard drive, still with the operating system and all the programs, and there's one optical drive, the DVD CD drive from Creative brand and company. Okay, so view system information. System Microsoft Windows XP Home Edition version 2002 Service Pack 1. Register to me, home PC, some number, registration number. Computer AMD K6 3D processor. 3D was new back then, around 1999. So, 350 megahertz, CPU speed, single core, 256 megabytes of RAM. That's for the system memory. 256 megabytes of RAM. That's about a quarter of a gigabyte. It's not exactly a quarter of 1 gigabyte. Quarter of 1 gigabyte of RAM or system memory for this computer. But this is an ancient desktop PC, so back then that was a lot of memory, enough to run any of these programs. More than enough. So the hardware, that's where the device manager is. Okay, this is a big list here. There's a lot to go through. Standard PC. Properties on the standard PC. To show you this device is working properly for the computer, generally speaking. Okay, under the disk drives. This WDC is probably Western Digital Company. The regular hard drive. It's 8.5 gigabytes. Properties. This device is working properly. That's what the WDC is. It's the regular 8.5 gigabyte hard drive. That's the only thing up underneath this drive. So there is an optical drive, but that's listed under that DVD/CD-ROM drives. Okay, so next is the display adapters. NVIDIA GeForce 4 MX4000. This device is working properly, as you can see. Okay. There's the Creative and the Sony. Sony doesn't work. The Creative does. I'll show you that. Properties. This device is working properly. Creative DVD-ROM. DVD-CD-ROM combo drive. That's the model number up there. DVD 6240E. This device is working properly. Okay, but the Sony is not working. Properties says this device is disabled, but it doesn't work. That's why it's disabled. It's out of disable. Okay, so moving on, floppy disk drives. Standard floppy disk controller. I don't know if it'll say if it works properly or not. It does say it works properly, but it doesn't show the drive. It's not really working properly. Maybe it's a problem with the motherboard's BIOS in that particular section of the BIOS or motherboard to control it. And it could be a loose connection, but I doubt it. Okay, standard floppy disk controller properties. This device is working properly, but it really doesn't show it. Could be a motherboard or connection problem, but the motherboard is working properly, generally speaking. just maybe not with the floppy disk side of things. Anyway, okay, so moving on to the human interface devices, mostly USB stuff. I'm not going to go through that. They all work. My mouse and joystick are working. They obviously all work. I don't need to test that out. So the keyboards obviously work. I already showed you the keyboard works. It's a PC/AT. PS2, that's the connection is what it was called. I was forgetting before. Now I know, and now I remember. It's a PS2 type of connection to the keyboard to the back of the computer. Okay, so moving on. Mouse and other pointing devices. Big compliant mouse. This one right here. Logitech, I believe. Whatever it is, it's a basic scroll wheel mouse that most people have. Okay, so it's obviously working properly, whether or not it says it, because it works. Okay, so modems. There's a problem with the modem, little exclamation mark. It's a 56K modem. Properties, see what it says. Creative modem blaster, flash 56. The drivers for this device are not installed. Code 28. So maybe it's just a driver problem. Probably is, as far as I can tell. May or may not work after you put the drivers in. Not sure. Okay, I never use the modem because you can't use an internet connection, by the way. If you ever do that, I'm not gonna guarantee the PC, for up to 6 months. I'm gonna guarantee it up to 6 months after you buy it for $100,000 with all of everything and all the computer games and this ancient desktop PC. Or that's just the starting bid. To the monitors, plug and play monitor. That's this HD TV, full HD, that you can't see in that quality because the video card and the whole computer is just so ancient. 800 by 600 resolution is what this is right here. Okay, so properties of the monitor, show you that it's working technically. Okay, so plug and play monitor properties, plug and play monitor. It's actually not a monitor, it's a TV, but it's a digital TV, so it's actually like a monitor. Okay, so this device is working properly. On that video card, it's about the monitor, so this device is working properly. And then obviously it. Okay, on to the next thing, port. I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna go through this port because that's not obviously working or not. So we'll see. I'll show you if it says it's working. Okay, COM1. Communications port COM1. This device is working properly. As far as I know, everything works except maybe the modem. 56K modem may or may not. The floppy disk and one of the two optical disks don't work. And that's it. It's just a couple drives in the front of the computer that don't work. But all these other ports do. COM1, this device is working properly. COM3. Property, this device is working properly. So printer port, this device is working properly. So the printer port, LPP1 property. One of those weird multi-pin connectors in the back of the PC with the LPP1 printer port. I don't know which one. That's a dot matrix kind of port. So so old, so many years ago. I can't even remember what what it looks like. But neither did I hook up a lot of printers back then compared to what I did when they had USB technology. So my dad was the one that would usually hook up and detach the computer back then. Anyways, I'm 41 years old now, so it's been a long time. So that was the ports. Two communications port and a printer port, they all work fine. So that this device is working properly for all three. Now onto the sound, video, and game controllers. Audio codecs. This device is working properly. The sound card is a Creative, same brand, coming up again, right? Creative A64 Gold 16-bit audio, SP16 compatible. By the way, the speakers, these speakers right here, are not going to be sold. I'll throw in a camcorder and a 5 megapixel Minolta digital camera. The camcorder is a Sony with night vision. This TV, this HD TV that's full HD, I will throw in. And that's part of the games in the ancient desktop PC, along with this keyboard. And there's another old black keyboard in my closet over there. I'll throw in, and I'll give you the mouse. And but the joystick and the speakers that I'm using to demonstrate how well this ancient desktop PC works and what does work and what doesn't are not going to come with the ancient desktop PC. You don't get this joystick and you don't get the speakers, but you will get the HD TV, this keyboard, black fancier, not real fancy, but a little fancier and bigger than this keyboard. So two keyboards, this full HD TV Vizio brand. It's used but only slightly old. I think it's only about 10 years old. It's nothing like ancient like the desktop PC is. Not quite. And it's pretty thin, as you can see. So it's not really ancient, HD TV. And so all the games that I showed you before, desktop PC, two keyboards, this HD TV, and this mouse is what you do get. What you don't get is this joystick or this other mouse, trackball mouse, or these speakers. You don't get those. Okay? You have to supply your own joystick and speakers. I used to have an old joystick hanging around that was, I forget what brand, but there's a couple different ones, but they're no longer around. I don't know what happened to them, but so I can't give you an old one even now with it because I don't have that anymore. I don't know where it went. It was many years ago. I went somewhere. Okay, so this device is working properly. It's the sound card. It's the audio sound card. It's the Creative A64 Gold 16-bit audio SP16, which means Sound Blaster 16, which is 16-bit audio. SP16 compatible. Okay, this device is working properly. Okay, so on to the next item. Wavetable MIDI. This is just some software part of the sound card. Or at least, all 32 compatible. MIDI is some kind of a special electronic keyboard peripheral device software hookup thing that the sound card has. I don't know exactly how it works, but that's basically what it is. Okay, so see this device is working properly. That MIDI part of the sound card. Now onto the game port for creative. This device is working properly. Next, legacy audio drivers. This device is working properly. Legacy audio capture devices. This device is working properly. Legacy video capture device. Did I say audio? Well, the audio codecs above. The legacy audio drivers are also working properly. Yeah. Okay, so media control devices. This device is working properly. Video codecs. Video codecs properties. This device is working properly. Okay, so system devices. Now, I'm not going to go through all this, but you can just take a look at what is up underneath this list for system devices. Pause the video if you want to, but I'm going to be moving on now. Direct memory access controller, by the way, is DMA. Desktop PC. Just so you know. System speaker is the internal speaker, more than likely. I'm not completely sure. There is a very basic foreign type of system speaker in this desktop PC that doesn't really sound all that good at all. But it's just a basic way of making noises inside the desktop PC, coming off the motherboard itself, or wherever it is exactly. Probably it. Okay, so universal serial bus controller is a USB controller. I'll show you the means it works. This device is working properly. Other one is working properly also. CIA Rev 2 revision 2 USB
120 megabytes of RAM. The system RAM for the whole computer is 256 megabytes. And the 350 megahertz AMD K62 CPU single core processor. And 2 optical drives and a 1 3.5 inch floppy disk drive, but the 3.5 inch floppy disk drive does not work, and one of the 2 optical disk drives, the CD only drive from Sony, does not work. Okay, so you can see the regular hard drive is listed here, and the 1 optical DVD/CD combo drive from Creative does work, and here, and it's listed under the D drive, and it's some numbers, but that's what that is. That's the Creative DVD/CD drive. Is what that. It's what this drive, CD-ROM listed drive is. Okay, and this under properties, just to prove that it's about 8.5 gigabytes formatted. It's actually a little less than 8 gigabytes. So 7.86 gigabytes is what it lists for the capacity. NTFS type of regular hard drive. C drive properties. Okay, so I'm going to show you these 3 games now, starting with Microsoft Flight Simulator. That should be all the computer specs. Ancient desktop PC specs. Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. Microsoft in the cloud. Okay, the main menu. Learn to fly, select a flight. That's the fast way. Easy. That's what I'm going to do to show you. Example of this working along with the joystick that's not coming with the computer, but just as an example of what the ancient desktop computer is capable of. Okay, so multiplayer doesn't work. You can't ever hook up. Never ever hook up the desktop, this ancient desktop computer, to the internet, even for a second. You do that and viruses will come. This doesn't have proper antivirus, and even if it did, Microsoft will shut down your Windows XP. I'm warning you, but it's up to you. You can do that if you want, after you buy the ancient desktop computer and all the video games and whatever else I throw in with it. The camcorder and the digital camera. Yeah. So, but I have stuff to transfer. I have stuff to transfer off of both the digital camera and the Sony camcorder, Handycam camcorder, high 8 tape, night vision kind of camcorder. I have to transfer that, and it might take several months to a few years. So just to promise you, within 10 years that I'll give both those items also, but it won't come right away with the ancient desktop computer and all the computer games and the HD TV and the 2 keyboards and the 1 scroll wheel basic USB mouse, which does come right away with, you get everything else, just like I just mentioned. Okay, so, but on with the last part of the video here.
showing you these games working. Select a flight. Challenges, flights, and adventures. I'm going to go on just the flight. Show you two things. Cessna trip to Catalina Island. First, I'm going to start off with this New York City helicopter tour. So there's a helicopter in Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. I actually never flew with this before today, believe it or not. Today's my first day flying a helicopter, and I had some practice in some other types of different games than this. I think it was Arma 3. I was playing Arma 3. I'm going to show you the hat switch working. You can look around. You can actually look all the way around, like you're spinning around in your chair. You don't see the blades, but it's it's an older flight sim, so you're. I'm not watching what I'm doing, so my helicopter's going a little haywire, Yeah, you can see the skyscrapers over there. This is New York City, helicopter tour over New York City. All right, now on to the. I better level out. All right, I'm gonna pause this. Onto the plane now. So flight, select flight. Okay, the Cessna trip to Catalina Island. It's in a Cessna 182S. Got a different view on this. I wanted to show you the helicopter because the hat switch actually works. And that's amazing to me. Anyways. Cessna is a really fun plane and easy plane to fly compared to most airplanes. Could be easier if it was some kind of VTOL aircraft, but without being VTOL, it's the easiest aircraft to fly I know of, at least in Microsoft Microsoft Flight Simulator 98 here. Easiest aircraft to fly. Here in Palm Coast, Florida, where I live, there's lots of Cessnas that fly from the local local small regional airport here that doesn't have any commercial airlines or commercial aircraft. Just a small little, almost private airport that's off of a local highway here. That's a state highway, I believe. It's not even a U.S. highway. Either that or it's a county highway, anyways. So you can see the water, the land. That beeping is stall, it's a stall warning. I need to point down slightly to gain speed. So over here might be the runway. With some cities, I believe. It was over on the horizon. Over there on the beach. So I think over there is either a runway or it's just a bunch of buildings. Okay, so cut off my engine. That works. The throttle works here. This little mini throttle on the joystick. Okay, so on to the next game. This is actually not a game; it's a simulator. Flight simulator. I'll show you two games after this right now. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. Okay, I'm going to show you the Star Wars Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, I believe it is. Oh, I gotta get the... I wonder if it's going to require me to have this disc in it. If it doesn't... Oh, it does. See, I don't have I got the other one, the original Star Wars Dark Forces. I gotta get the Star Wars Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, not the original I put in there. Give me a second. Okay, I'm only going to show you this beginning part where it says Star Wars Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, the title to the video game, and then I'll show you the gameplay. I'm going to skip these cutscenes. Star Wars Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, there you go. Here's the main menu. I'll just load one of the games I already have. think this is the very beginning. Near it, at least. Nope, I was deep in it. This is where you have a control room. Innocent person right there.
What's happening?
Alright, so that's some of the gameplay, you know. Next game. I didn't beat the second one. I got far, but got halfway finished. That's okay. I beat the first Star Wars Dark Forces, though. Okay, so on with this Descent 3. I beat the first one, maybe the second one. Definitely did not beat the third one. Definitely beat the first Descent. This Descent 3, I didn't get far in it either. But it's okay. I'm too old for games. You know, I'm 41 years old now. Little neat little game launcher here. This isn't online, you know, this is offline game launcher. Okay. You gotta get the CD up in here. All right. 3 disc 1. Could be disc 1. Yes, it is. So again, another YouTuber has this cutscene example. So I'm just going to show you that it does run in just the beginning part of the cutscene. I'm going to escape out of this in about half a minute, in a few seconds or so. First it shows this Dolby ad, and then actually it's about a minute into this, so I'll give it. But afterwards, I'm gonna show you the gameplay. Another minute of this. He's being rescued. Tractor beams into large mothership or large spacecraft. And anyways, you can see the rest of this cutscene from another YouTuber. I'm gonna go ahead and escape that and show you the gameplay. Just to show you the fact that there's all sorts of different games work with this ancient desktop computer. February 1998 through 1999. Outright. Descent 3. Yep. Let's open. Red Acropolis Research Center, Mars.
I'm Caitlin Harper, director of the Red Acropolis research team. We were wondering when you were going to come around. How do you feel? Not bad. We brought you here for treatment. Don't worry, it's fine. It's still a little too much radiation. But I'm afraid your ship
That's what happened. Nanotechnology reprograms all these robots in seconds. A matter of seconds. Different robots, the intelligence. Okay, quickly going through this. Retrieving mission data. Loading game. So the hat switch actually straight my well, the throttle doesn't work in this game, but the hat switch does. Okay, so I'm trying to hold this camera while I fly, so that's why I'm not flying so good. Anyways, that's the demonstration of Descent 3 working in this game. Okay. Pretty awesome game, even though it's really old. I like the look and feel to it, even though the graphics aren't as good. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like nostalgia, I guess. Okay, that was showing you this ancient desktop PC. So again, for $100,000, I'm going to start the bid at, actually. I'm not going to go OBO or best offer. It's $100,000 starting on January 1st of 2021. It's the end of it. If you want it, please contact me. My contact information is also in the description below. I'm on Twitter at @ItsMore. Should be it. Have a good day. Hope you liked the video. Had fun.